computer aren't here. And I think we're gonna get two different recordings going. Make sure this is working. Because Zoom and PowerPoint sometimes don't work well together. So
A bit of an introduction.
I will.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry,
No, go for it.
Steve teaches at EMCC, and he has been to FDIC, which is like the Super Bowl of fire training and conference of the country. So I feel very lucky to have him as the chief, and he's very knowledgeable. I'm sure this is a 4-hour presentation, but if you could go 8 hours or 16,
It used to be
4 hours.
It used to
4
be,
hours.
it used to take almost 6 hours. It's been 3 hours on fire alarm, 3 hours on the sprinkler standby stuff. I have, reduced it down and tried to make it, more concentrated, so.
So if anybody has questions after this and they want to go more in depth, he's definitely the local resident expert that can help you with all of that. So without further ado, if anybody needs paper, let me know, but Kevin.
Yeah, I do recommend you take notes if the opportunity arises, especially if something, sticks out for you. Like I said, I am gonna record this. Again, welcome to Trenton. I'm Chief Beckman. I'm the fire chief here in Trenton, and I specialize in fire protection systems. Been doing it for over 30 years, and like Lieutenant Malcolm mentioned, I do teach up at EMCC. This course is about 45 hours long when you take the college course. So this is a really reduced amount of information you're gonna get, but I'm gonna cover the basics of what you are expected to know in firefighter 1 and 2. All right, so when you look at your state test writers love subject matter like this because they can write test questions because a lot of times it's term-based. You know, what does this mean? And so they'll give you those multiple choice questions, and they can, and when terms are somewhat interchangeable, like Adam was telling me a little bit this morning, it can really trip you up. So test writers like this, it used to be that the state test would, you could see almost, there's a whole box in there. So about 10% of your test, especially your firefighter 2 test, was fire protection system based, because fire protection systems are going to be everywhere you pretty much respond to. So before I get started, I have this thing up here called continual size up, and I really urge you to take a look and stare at that cube for about 15 seconds, and let me know if it changes on you. There's no imagine this is a static picture. Does it change? All right. The green should have moved either forward or reverse, depending on, and it's like 95% of the people will see that. So things change, and things can change in an instant. And so when you're looking at continual size up, and you show up, you know, the majority of responses you're going to get to fire alarm systems in general are going to be an unwanted alarm. All right, I'm going to talk about that in detail. But things can always change in an instant. And this is just a simple little cube that you look at and you're like, wow, why did that changed fast. So just something to keep in mind. Always want to be on your alert. You guys have enough chairs?
Yes.
Yes, more, so, all right. So I like starting with a little bit of history. I'm a big fire protection history buff. And it kind of starts with, we as a society, human beings, we didn't always have fire alarm systems. Our fire alarm system were, oh my God, there's a fire, somebody get on your horse and run to the nearest fire station, or physically run to the nearest fire station, or run to the nearest church and let the church bells ring and let everybody know we got a fire in town, or we got a fire at, you know, Farmer Sam's, you know, barn is burning, and we got to get people there. All right, so that was our fire alarm system. And when you look in your history, you see the Roman times when they had the Familia Publica, which was the original, basically the prowlers. All right, where they went around and they were charged with looking for fires in the evening, and then moved on to the course of vigils, where we see the fire service structure kind of got started. you know, where they had captains, they had folks that were designated to run the pumps. They were designated to do the type of search and rescue, stuff like that. And so that was all people-based, 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 people-based. And so this gentleman named William Channing he was enamored with the idea of the telegraph. Wow. We had the ability to use electricity to communicate miles upon miles, almost instantaneously. And so he had this idea that we could incorporate this into fire alarm signaling. If we could create a telegraph, all right, that would provide, somebody could run to a local area, a corner of a street, and activate a telegraph, and that telegraph signal went to a central station, which we still use that term today, and then that central station could dispatch the proper fire department, we would save a tremendous amount of time, all right? And it was a success. Now, he had presented that concept to the Boston City Council several times, and they turned him down. He wanted $10,000 to incorporate this, but finally they agreed, and there's a whole history behind this. But William Channing didn't know how to build any of this, so he teamed up with Moses Farmer. Moses Farmer built the telegraph system, so you have your signaling station, all right, out in the field. Okay, there's the central station, and then the alarm assignment to the proper facility. And so the first this is still in Boston, it's still active. They still use the system. We had the big AT&T failure a couple weeks ago, and they touted the fact that, hey, our systems still work. Don't need cellular signals. We don't need all this stuff. The alarm telegraph system still works. This is an example of one of the boxes, all right? So they work very simply. We'll get into some of that in a few later on in the program. But this is in Boston, April 29th, 1852. The first alarm received, this is the day after the system was installed. All right, and so it worked. And so with that, pretty much an industry was born. All right, the fire alarm industry, or the fire protection industry, was born. And we have all these companies that come from this. All right, what was interesting about the Gainwell Corporation, we got Moses Farmer and William Channing, Moses Farmer. They eventually sold all the rights to John Gainwell. John Gainwell is the one who said, I want my system to be the absolute best. All right. And he started putting a tremendous amount of time, resources, and money into making it more and more reliable. And I hope everybody can see this. I won't really pass this around, but there's the wheels in here, and what this is basically the clock mechanism. So when this actually activates, it will go through and it will tap out 59. All right, and I know if you listen closely, well, you don't have to be able to hear it. But the fire service has a kind of a love-hate relationship with fire alarm systems, but this system gave the fire department something that we never had before. All right, it gave us field communication, because every single one of these boxes had in it a telegraph key. All right, so I could actually signal for more apparatus. I could cancel the alarm assignment. I could actually communicate with the central station or my fire department, say, I need a ladder truck, by just tapping that out. Now, this was long before we had two-way radios and telephone. So most firefighters or folks love this system, hate these systems, all right? But what I'm kind of getting at with, when John Gainwell started to create this, he would lay the foundation that all fire alarm systems are based, all right? So this system here is our modern system, but it has basically the same exact foundational properties that was in this original Gainwell system that is in many cities, well, not in many cities anymore, but still exists in Boston, okay? And so with that, all right, Gainwell created a book called Emergency Signaling, all right? So now in emergency signaling, I put this up here for a very good reason. because it says the first sentence, first paragraph, the introduction chapter. All right, it says the history of the art of fire alarm and emergency signaling, covers a period of approximately 65 years. This was in 1916 when I wrote this book. All right, but it's the art of fire alarm and emergency signaling. And so with any trade comes terminology. Okay, carpenters have specific terminology. Electricians have specific terminology, plumbers have a specific terminology, firefighters have specific terminology. If I ask any of you here today, can you show me a set of irons? I have a reasonable expectation you're gonna show me what? Now I'm into that, all right? But if I went up to Dick's Sporting Goods and said, hey, can you show me a set of irons? Where are they gonna take me? Yeah, so they're not gonna, they don't, so terminology is important. And so when the Gamewell and this industry started up, we have this terminology, all right? And so you'll hear things in this program and in fire alarm in general, alarm, reset, activated. And so I use this little device here to kind of demonstrate that because we have alarm, normal, and reset. So everybody recognizes this, okay? It's a standard ground strap, right? When I actually take this device and place it into its state of operational readiness, is it on or is it off? All right? It's probably going to depending on your point of view, all right? But it's better for me to say that it's ready, it's armed, or it's set, all right? And so when I deal with fire alarms, you will hear that it's set, all right, or it's ready, or something along that line. Now, if the stimulus that causes this to change state, all right, in this case, the mouse that takes the cheese, what has happened? Is it on or off? All right, in fire alarm signaling, we will call this, it's activated. All right. The mouse is dead. Yeah, it's activated. All right, or it's been tripped. Okay, so nothing's as simple as on and off, even though it seems like whether it's on or it's off. And then I need to get the stimulus that caused this to trip in the first place back to its state of operational readiness. What am I going to do? I'm going to reset it. All right, and so if the stimulus is still here, do you think I'm going to be able to get it to reset reliably? No. So what happens in fire alarms? The same things. The stimulus is what trips the alarm, and I need to remove the stimulus to be able to reset the alarm. Your book talks about fire departments' place in resetting alarms. I know a lot of fire departments like, well, I don't know if I should touch it. Can I touch it? What's going to happen if I touch it? Should I reset? Should I not reset? Well, basically resetting is just putting all the switches back in the state of operational readiness. All right. So fire alarm systems today can be very simple. All right. Just like the Gamewell system, even though that's pretty complicated, it's relatively simple. All right. But they all have basically the same components. And now they also have operations and limitations. All right. They are touted, okay, back in the late 1800s as perfect, but they're far from it. All right, and fire alarm systems to this day are far from perfect. All right, so I like a simplified approach. You can see there a simplified approach to understanding the fire alarm system, a simplified approach, and I call it switches and lights. All right, I could call it switches and sounders. All right, so I could walk over here and I can switch the lights, change the state of the lights. All right, I created the stimulus that caused that to happen. All right, so in front of you is a model of a actual real fire alarm system that you could find in an occupancy. Obviously, it's miniaturized and it's battery operated. But what's in front of you is a real fire alarm system. So take a moment and open up the pull station. You have keys, open them up and look inside. You can take the key out afterwards, okay, look inside, what do you got? All right, I basically have a very fancy switch cover, all right? Everybody agree with that? I got a very fancy switch cover, all right? Now, We're in. All right. Everybody have it open? All right, so toggle the switch. All right, what happened? I changed the state of the switch, all right? In this case, it's not a light, it makes a sound, all right? This is fire alarm system 101, all right? Switch changes the state, makes either noise or flashes lights. Just happened to be that this particular noisemaker says what on the side of it? Fire, all right? So I hit my car horn, I'm hitting a switch, all right? But it's a car horn, it's not a fire alarm, all right? Because it doesn't say fire alarm on it. The only thing that makes it a fire alarm system is it's one, it's a designated purpose, and two, it's usually labeled as such, right? So switches and lights, all right? And so when I look at conventional systems, not this is an addressable system. When I look at a conventional system, all right, I hire a contractor to put in a control unit, and I will wire up a bunch of switches on every single floor. And I'll wire all those switches back to this nice little control panel and get them all in the state of operational readiness and wait. I'm just gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for a stimulus to change that switch, change that state of switch, in this case, I'm turning it on, all right? And that is going to in turn cause switches inside the control unit to activate a particular light or sounder. It is that simple, all right? That's how fire alarm systems work. Something is changing the state of a field device, all right? I'm gonna stay off class. Changing the state, all right, and causing what we want to call an alarm, but it's basically that simple, all right? So when we move on to automatic signaling, all right, we're gonna get into these a little bit more. It all starts with the fire triangle. Now, every firefighter should know the fire triangle. Right? Heat, fuel, and oxygen. All right, and then we have the fourth leg, which is the fire tetrahedron, which is that chemical chain reaction, where we see heat is influencing the fuel, and the fuel starts breaking down on a molecular level. Those molecules of fuel start combining with the free radicals of oxygen in the air. In this process, we call rapid oxidation. All right, and it's a very vicious cycle. Now, our fire alarm systems do not detect that. All right, simple, basic premise. Our fire alarm systems, none of these devices are going to detect that chemical chain reaction. They're going to detect something that happens afterwards. And we call them byproducts of combustion. All right, and by the very term byproducts, and I'm not semantics, by the very concept of byproducts, I'm identifying that there is something that has occurred after a preceding event. Right? And there are 4 primary byproducts of combustion. Okay, there are 4, and I can take those. There's multiple byproducts of combustion, but I can put them in 4 different categories. So, give me one byproduct of combustion.
White.
Heat, all right, yeah, heat, definitely a byproduct of combustion. Somebody said light, yeah. Give me another one. Carbon monoxide, okay, so I'm gonna put it in a category, gases. All right, everyone agree with that? All right, in this case, I'm gonna really call it toxic gases or unwanted gases because I don't want to be breathing that stuff in. What's the last one? Smoke. All right, and again, let's make this simple. I take smoke and I break it down into what's called suspended particles, because what is smoke? All right, it's soot particles, ash particles. It is particles suspended in an aerosol, right? So I have these 4 primary byproducts of combustion. All right, heat, light, heat, toxic gases, suspended particle. When I deal with light, I get all the way from one end of the spectrum, UV, all the way to the other, the IR. These are the 4 primary byproducts of combustion. And when I look at my alarm strategies, these are the 4 automatic alarm strategies. All right. I have devices that look for suspended particles, AKA smoke detectors. All right. But if I go to Home Depot and ask them if they can show me where their local particle detectors are, they're going to probably send me packing. All right. Because a suspended particle detector isn't very sexy in a marketing standpoint. but it really is, that's what these devices are. They're looking for suspended particles. All right, suspended particles in the air, all right, that mimic smoke, okay? Toxic gases, my carbon monoxide detectors, carbon monoxide alarms, my combustible gas alarms, okay? That is a byproduct. Heat is a byproduct. It's gonna travel 3 different ways, radiant heat, convention, or conduction, and then obviously light. Everybody's been around a campfire and you feel the light of the fire, okay? So with that, okay, I take this whole idea, and so you know I'm not off my rocker. I look at NFPA 921, all right, and I don't expect you to know what that is, but that is the investigator's guidebook, all right? The NFPA 921 has what's determined the legal definition of fire. Okay, the legal definition of fire that will stand up in a court of law, all right? And it defines fire as a rapid oxidation process, which is a chemical chain reaction resulting, there's that delineating word like byproducts, in the evolution of heat and light and various intensities. Now, the legal definition removes smoke and toxic gases because in the laboratory environment, I can have perfect combustion where I get carbon dioxide and water vapor. I'm dealing with natural gas or methane, okay? But that is the legal definition. So this is where I'm at with this, all right? And makes this simple. All right, so when I look at this, I'll ask each of you to take a look at that, all right? And tell me which of these can exist in the absence of fire. Like, all right?
All
Who agrees? All of them?
Yeah.
All of these can exist in the absence of fire. And so when I realize that this is what I'm asking my systems to look at and detect, but all of these can exist in the absence of fire, can you have an idea of why we may have unwanted alarms? That makes sense? All right, I've asked this to look for smoke. I call it smoke detector. I call it a smoke alarm. I call it a fire alarm system. I call it a fire detection system. All right, but when it behaves in a manner inconsistent with that label that I gave it, all right, people get a little upset. But in reality, I'm asking it to detect suspended particles. I'm asking it to detect gases. I'm asking it to detect heat or light. All right. But these things can exist in the absence of fire. So this is kind of the premise. I call this the fire alarm paradox. Okay, in the event of fire, have a reasonable expectation. I'm going to have suspended particles. I'm going to have toxic gases. I'm going to have heat and light. All right, but I can have these suspended particles. I can have the toxic gases. I can have heat and light in the absence of fire. All right, so this is just something to kind of break the ice and kind of lay the foundation of really the expectations of fire alarm systems. All right, and kind of your book gives you that 30,000, 45,000 foot view of this, but I don't think it really spells it out as simplified as I did right here. Okay, so when you look at, I think it's still chapter 26. I think it is. All right, so there are different knowledge objectives. We're going to go through those in detail here for the next 4 hours. I will try to get everybody to get up and have a 5-minute break, probably about every hour or so. But again, we're going to look at the components and functions, the fire department's role in resetting alarms, and what's odd about this particular presentation, or look at Jones and Barton, there's absolutely not a single slide in there about the role of fire departments in resetting the alarms. All right, and I don't think the book really actually, if somebody points it out in the book, what it tells me about resetting alarms, it's really not there, not clear anyway. This is about as clear as it gets. All right, what am I doing? I'm putting everything back into the state of operational readiness. The basic types of alarm initiating devices. That's close. And where each one is suitable, the basic types of alarm notification system appliances. We're going to talk about enunciator types, the different ways that fire alarms are transmitted to the fire department. We're going to do that one first. 4 types of sprinkler heads, different types of indicating valves, the operating temperatures indicate, that's the type that you can slide there. Types of automatic sprinkler systems, wet, dry, pre-action, deluge, and water mist. Difference between commercial and residential sprinklers. If you go out to the mass trailer, you'll see the difference out there, physically see the difference. The three different types of standpipes, problems that firefighters can encounter when using standpipes, hazards firefighters might encounter when dealing with special hazard suppression systems, and then the operation and application of control system, smoke control system. So when it comes to building codes, okay, most building codes require some type of fire alarm system, whether it's a manual system or an automatic system. Okay, codes in certain areas for certain buildings are going to require a suppression system. Some buildings require smoke control systems. And I can tell you that in our small 100 mile radius, we have all of these things. We do have smoke control systems in our area, okay? And your understanding of how these things operate is important, not only for your safety, but for also customer service, right? I was in a Home Depot, all right, and I'm minding my own business in the electrical section. And I see this young couple down the aisle, and they're looking at smoke alarms. Okay, they're looking at smoke alarms, all right, and they're putting them back, and they're grabbing another one, and they're talking about trying to figure it out. And then I hear the words, well, let's ask him, he'll know. Well, they did ask the right person, all right, but that is an expectation. How many people wear their fire department t-shirts out? Yeah, a lot of people do, all right. You're representing your fire department, and people look to you as firefighters as the #1 expert in all things fire. I'm not going to pick up the phone and call the fire alarm company because they're going to try to sell me a bill of goods. All right, well, at least that's the perception. I'm not going to call the local fire protection engineer because he's going to cost me money. Fire department, all right, the firefighters, they know, they have my best interests at heart. And so people look to us as understanding their system because most people have no idea how their systems work. They have no idea how best to protect their families, all right? And so it really depends on you to actually help answer questions and explain what happened, why it happened, and possibly how they can alleviate these things from happening in the future, okay? From your safety standpoint, understand the operations and limitations, all right? Kind of already touched on that a lot. In fact, that understanding what we're asking the systems to do are not always the results that we're going to get. Systems are not perfect, all right? They're close, they do a great job, all right? When there's a fire and their systems are there and it's working properly, it's going to give us that information, all right? We can rely on it, but unfortunately, there are situations in just daily life, you know, that can cause these things to activate because it doesn't know any better, all right? So again, dispel misconceptions about fire protection systems, advise owners and occupants after the alarm is sounded. Talked about false alarms a little bit, okay, understanding why it is when NFPA 72, which is the Bible that controls all the installation of this, they use the terms nuisance alarms or unwanted alarms. They don't use the term false alarm, all right, because if this is detecting suspended particles, does it know any better? No, it was actually a successful test, all right, it's working. All right, so, but what happens? People start getting, when the wrong systems or the wrong devices are placed in the building, people start getting complacent, they don't respond. And we really want people to treat these as true emergency until we show up and can dictate otherwise, okay? And as a motto to live by, you probably heard this, is always expect fire. Fire alarm activates, always expect fire, always expect victims. If you live by this motto, all right, you're going to treat every alarm as it's this is the one, all right. And when you get there, all right, well, it wasn't, all right, but your response should be that I have a fire and I'm going to have trapped victims, all right. So fire department notification, your book talks about this, but I'm going to explain this a lot better, all right. Protected premise fire alarms, public emergency reporting alarms, remote supervising alarms, proprietary supervising alarm system, central station. These are the 5 different types of ways that fire departments get notified, right? So in front of you is a fire alarm device. It is going to be considered a protected premise device, all right? So I want you to take a couple minutes and look at it, activate it, reset it. Give me pros and cons with this particular device that you have in front of you. Like I said, this is a real firearm, it's just miniaturized down, all right? And this is a real firearm system that you can run into in your jurisdiction. So, take a few moments, let's go pros and cons.
Simple system, so there is like much less potential for moving this stuff. That's the problem. Obviously, it doesn't communicate anything. It doesn't make sense to people.
Like a person.
Right.
Like, he goes out of cell batteries, but like, batteries.
So, so all the fire alarms, I think they have that type of thing. But all of them, residential, they have these. Oh, okay, you so
So
we
it
can
is
set up from that fixed group, but if you go off, that's like that.
Right.
Yeah.
They don't, we're not.
Clearly, I did.
Yeah, thankfully, in master study, that's what we tell them to keep the master.
The manager. Like.
Right.
He lives all the way up there. Every time we go, we're just standing and I just don't go back to time.
So I mean, I think it's right here. There's no communication other than the verbal.
Oh, that's
Right.
nice.
Right.
Totally agree. You're-
Yes.
All
I
right,
like glasses.
you guys got a list of pros and cons? Okay. Company one, give me a pro, all right, and don't feel, if you also have come up with the same pro, it's fine. Okay, because there's, I expect them to be duplicated, all right? So company one, give me a pro.
It's very stupid, like it's, sorry, it's just like it is much more idiot proof than other
So
stuff.
it's simple to operate.
Yes.
Is that a pro? So it's simple, did I
Yes,
put
yes.
words in your mouth?
There's a
All right,
background.
so simple to operate, it's simple, it's a simple system, all right? Not a lot of room for error. Does one thing, right? Okay, company two, give me a pro.
It's a double action to prevent nuisance alarm.
Okay, all right, so, yeah, the device has a double action. Okay, because you have to push it in and push it down, so it doesn't easily activate, all right? The broom handle is a good example of those, all right? Company, three, give me a pro.
Couldn't really decide if it's a pro or con, but, or if it's just for the
It
setup.
could be both, forget about the backs, okay, just look at the fronts,
Well,
all right?
that doesn't count, so I think the battery reliance would be great for power cutting out, but
Well, and.
maybe a con because he's gonna change them.
Okay, all right, so, batteries are considered a reliable source of power. But battery. Company two, give me a pro.
Can't shut it off and nobody open it.
Okay, all right, so, needs some intervention.
Tamper proof.
So it needs intervention on the alarm. That's what you want somebody to come and take a look. Company 5, there's company 5, right?
Yes.
Okay,
It's very well labeled, you can't
All right.
mistake it for anything else.
all right, label it.
Including Brown.
That's correct. Yep. All right, I'll go back to, I'll start with company 5. Give me a con. All right. Give me a con.
You can't shut it off if it's a nuisance alarm. Like say, your kid finds it, sets it off, you can't shut it off unless the fire department shuts
Okay, so you need a key. So it, yeah, so, all right, let's see how I want to actually write that down.
It's almost like it's a pro and a con.
Yeah,
That's what I was telling
intervention. All right. Company 4, give me a con.
The beats are so rhythmic, at some points they're easy to just ignore, you get more erratic even before.
Okay. That is actually what it's sounding like is the standard evacuation signal. So the sound could get, ignored. These are actually turned down significantly. You'd be driven out of here if I didn't do that. Company 3, give me a con.
We were talking about how like in some places they go off so often that people just start to ignore them
Okay,
because they're, or they, there's so many unwanted alarms that they stop being taken seriously.
all right. Company 1, give me a con.
It is audio only in its alarm.
Okay, all
So
right.
there's no visual indicator. So it's also, especially for treating it as a solo unit, it's not.
Okay.
That's pro.
Good. All right.
What's that LED light in there do?
If it was hooked to the system, it actually flash and let you know that it's holding, so. Yeah, it's there, yeah. Again, I miniaturized this down. I can't really put a fire alarm control unit beside every single one of these. All right, but the premise is the same. All right, so this is something that you would find in an occupancy, or you could find in an occupancy. What happens when there's nobody there?
At this point, it just keeps going.
Is that a con or a pro? It's a con. Okay, so I could have a fire. No one to activate. So this is considered a manual system. It requires what in order to make it work? People, all right? So that's kind of a con. There's no fire, no one's to activate it. All right, so once somebody does activate it,
It's not gonna call the fire department.
it's not gonna call the fire department, all right? It's considered a local system or a protected premise system, all right? So is that a pro or a con?
Con, more con.
Yeah, because what's the premise for actually activating it?
Get the building evacuated. but-
Right, and there's, chances are, there's either fire or smoke, right? So we're going to go back, it does its, the labeling, okay, it does its job, but, no fire department. Notification. Like I said, this is actually something that you may find in your jurisdiction. There was a church in Ellsworth that burned to the ground, right? The owners of the church or the priest or whoever there said, I don't understand. I had a fire alarm system. Why didn't it go off? And the chief there at that time said, you did have a fire alarm system, but you had just a manual system. All right, so these systems are designed when people are in the building, okay? Manual systems are designed for when people are in the building, somebody can see a fire, I need to get people out, I activate it, and it does its job. Okay? So this is a real situation you run into, all right? That I have a situation here that, yeah, you have a fire alarm, but you're not letting us know that you have a fire alarm. somebody's gotta call 911. All right, so this is a designated low ball, low bidder. It's gonna get in, gonna get you a fire alarm system without asking the questions. All right, that's ethically wrong, but it does happen. All right, so, but this is a real situation. All right, this is where you can advise. We go back to this whole idea of advising the public. All right, so how do I change this? So everybody understand local or protected premise alarm, okay? It does its job if people are there, okay, but chances are, if there's nobody there, nobody's gonna operate. So remote station, now. I am going to pay a fee. Going to, let's see if we can get this. What's number one? It's right there. Stick that right in the very top, all right? I'm just gonna probably use the folks up down here because the wires just aren't quite long enough, all right? Stick it right in the top there.
Yes.
And number 6. Yep, I'm just looking for number 6 on my flags here. What's the other one?
This is second.
7. And then number 6, you said? And you guys should be able to see this, understand this, all right? So now I'm gonna move into, all right, I want the fire department to be notified, okay? So now I pay a fee, all right? I pay a company a fee to monitor my fire alarm system and call 911, okay, or call the dispatch center, all right? It is not free, all right? I have to pay a subscription fee, all right? It could be to Spectrum, Northeast, Eagle, Brinks, Seacoast Security, Northeast Security, I'm paying a fee. All right, so I've taken my local system and I now have created a remote supervising station out of it because remotely somebody is monitoring my alarm system. So number 7, activate your alarm. Okay, oh, look at that. I have an alarm that says, hey, number 7, and then in my dispatch center, I'm gonna figure out that that's at 123 Main Street, all right? All right, number 1, okay, all right, so do the same thing, activate the alarm. See if I got this right, so. All right, so yeah, so I got number 1, all right? So again, the dispatch center is going to know that, oh, I gotta call this fire department, they report them that there's an alarm, all right? Do I really know what's happening in there? No, I really don't, all right? I just know we have an alarm, all right? Okay, and number 6. Yeah.
Uh-oh, you didn't pay your bill.
Yeah, that's right. And that does happen, all right? So 6, all right, so starting at 6, all right? So this is my remote station. Now, did I change the fact that is somebody going to get notified when there's nobody there? All right, so I'm gonna call the fire department. I'm not gonna rely on my employees to get their phone out or the manager to get the phone out, call 911. I'm monitoring it remotely, but I still don't have anything automatic, all right? I really haven't changed the system that much. So that church in Ellsworth that burnt to the ground, would that have helped them even if they paid a subscription? No, it wouldn't have helped them at all, all right? Does it help you as the fire service when you're responding there or you're looking at it or they're asking you for understanding? All right, I hope it does that, okay, yeah, this is all you have. You're not going to get us in 2 o'clock in the morning unless there's somebody there. So now I want to create this to, this is heat detecting wire, right? place that on the side. I keep it.
Which side? There's two.
Loop them together.
Okay.
Loop the two sides together. If you're confused, what do you need? Don't get told. So here you are. There.
We get one and shut off.
Okay, all right, so that one probably is, go ahead and unplug it, that one's probably been fused, all right? So, hey, but it was letting me know that the building was in alarm, all right, okay? Let's see, is that one? Oh, yeah, right there, see, it's been burned, okay, so, it's good test, all right? So, now, okay, so now I have an automatic strategy, all right? So if I take this heat detecting wire and I move it through the building, all right, or I hook a smoke detector up, so now I have an automatic strategy. Will the system operate in case of a fire when there's nobody there? All right, so do you recognize the need for automatic strategies? All right, all right, so, but when I put this here, what's it do to the system in the sense of cost?
More
It goes up.
expensive.
It goes up.
Especially for maintenance.
Yeah, so, all right, so, and like the one you had is actually this piece of wire has heated up, all right, it's activated, all right? And so now I gotta get a service company to come out and actually do that service and give me a written record that it was done and it was checked, or in this case, replaced, all right? So, again, this is just something that I just wanna kind of, when you start looking at what is the protected premise, it used to be called local, that was too easy to remember. All right, so now they just call it protected premise. It's just a very simple alarm system. All right, if I don't pay a subscription, all right, and I have this, all right, I've achieved activation, all right, automatic activation, even at 2 o'clock in the morning. But without paying the price to have a remote station monitor it, I'm gonna end up having most of the time have my building burnt to the ground unless somebody passerby sees it early enough. Okay, so these are some of the things that you want to be mindful of. All right. So any question with a remote supervising station? Okay, this is going to send that signal via telephone line, hardwire, internet, however, to somebody to monitor your alarm system remotely. Okay. Then I have proprietary systems. So a proprietary system is going to be like a college campus. All right. So I hire a guard setup, okay, a guard station. I have a guard station. This is my building. This is my building. This is my building. All right. And I only monitor my buildings. Okay. So if an alarm happens in my building, it goes to the alarm desk. The guard desk says, oh, we got an alarm in building number 6 or building number 7 or building number 1. All right. And I'm going to pick up the phone and I'm going to call. All right. It's my facility, my alarm system. I pay my people to monitor it. Okay. That's my proprietary. Okay. The Jackson Laboratory where I work, we're monitoring every single building, or where I used to work. I retired. They didn't get rid of me. I retired. They have a guard station that monitors every single building on campus. Okay, and if there's an alarm in a building, they physically pick up the phone and they call Bar Harbor. All right, and they come down and investigate the alarm. All right, so I own the buildings, I own the system, I take care of it. That's proprietary. Okay, then I have my public emergency reporting system. All right, that is going to be my boxes and street. Okay, that's going to be my municipality. These are on the street corners in most, I'm gonna say, used to be most cities, but now just a few cities in the country. All right, mainly in the Northeast and some in the Northwest, but for the most part, these have been retired. All right, because guess what? You know who pays for them? Taxpayers. All right, and so even though they're reliable and they work well, it's just a way to cut costs. And I mean, it used to be when you did public education, you used to tell the school kids know where your nearest boxes are, okay? That doesn't happen anymore, all right? It may happen down in Boston in some cities, but this is gonna be my public reporting emergency alarm, okay? Sometimes called an auxiliary system. If I'm dealing with an auxiliary system, this was designed by the Gamewell Corporation in the early 1900s. I would take little boxes like this, okay? And I would put them in the building, okay? All right, and these were wired directly to that, because if I'm in a building with 30 floors, all right, and there's a fire on the 30th floor, all right, I have to find the stairwell, go down 30 floors, go through the lobby, out to the street corner, activate the alarm system, all right? Well, that caused delay. And so the Gamewell Corporation said, we're gonna create an auxiliary alarm system. All right, I'm going to place this little box on every single floor in tall buildings, so that all I have to do is run to this, all right? Activate this will activate the street box, it becomes an auxiliary of this system, all right? And I save valuable time. And this is a little example here, it says, in case of fire, break glass, pull down ring, go to the street and direct firefighters. All right, so that's made out of plexiglass and pass that around. But I have one here that you can look at, how they work internally. All right, these are my precursors to pull stations. I pull the ring, all right, and then I have to come in and the glass will be broken. I get in here, I pull this little lever down, okay, inside here, I can reset the ring. Pass that around, so. Another one, I got a bigger one here, but. Yeah, good enough, pass those around. All right, so those were my early pool stations, early auxiliary systems, and they would just basically be part of my public emergency reporting system, okay? When I'm dealing with this, that little box tripped, it tripped that big box, the fire department would know. And again, like the slide mentions, most cities have phased these out because they're expensive to maintain. They do cost money to maintain. And then I have central station alarm service. And now, again, we're kind of utilizing this terminology back from the Gamewell system. Okay, it's a facility that's monitoring alarms. Yes, sir.
They seem pretty pared down. What was the cost of maintenance?
I don't know. I don't know what the cost of it. You can probably go online and look at the Boston, City of Boston Municipal Fire Alarm System, and it probably has a line item there.
No, not the actual number, but like, what would they like, go, like, test them regularly?
Oh, yeah, they would usually test at least once a day, all right? They were mainly battery backed up systems, so the batteries need to be maintained, the wires need to be maintained, the boxes need to be tested regularly. So you're always sending people out, it's a labor thing, all right? And then if the box actually has a problem, well, then you either have to replace components and stuff like that. But I think it was, the biggest thing is the labor. The labor is usually what causes most of these things to go out of the way, went to the wayside. So central alarm station service, all right? This is very similar to remote station, okay? But they provide an additional service, right? So I'm not only going to monitor your alarm system, all right, for true central station service, I'm going to monitor it, but I'm also going to send somebody out to your facility to reset it. I'm going to send somebody out if there's a problem, okay? And what does that do to the cost of the system? It increases even more, yeah. So central station, true central station alarms is similar to remote station, but it's going to receive the signal, and then I got to provide runner service. So I'm going to send somebody to your facility to take care of your facility. All right. And so if I'm monitoring an entire city, all right, and I'm on alarms all the time, I got to have a pretty sizable staff. All right. And so that pretty much gets put across to all the payers, all right? So it becomes more expensive, all right, because I am providing an additional service. So any question on those? Yes.
Is this like a dispatch center?
It is, it's very similar to
What,
dispatch.
private?
Private, yes, private, yep. And they're going to hire, they're gonna send somebody out automatically, they're gonna dispatch the trucks to your facility. And there's like 4 hours for trouble, 2 hours for an alarm, all right? That's how long it takes, can take them to get there, yes.
So this system right here, would that be like your Seacoast, or is that not because they are notified in fire department?
Well, if Seacoast is a good example because they do have technicians, all right, then they'll offer 2 different services. They'll just monitor it for you, all right, and call the fire department, or they can charge you more and send a runner, all right? But in order to be true central station service, all right, they gotta provide that runner service. Yeah, and that's comes with a contract, all right? It's not saying, we'll send you a runner, yeah, wink, wink, nod, nod. No, it's the contract that you sign, okay, you pay a fee, and they're supposed to, they're legally binding to send that runner to you, yes.
How well do those, so I'm thinking about systems that are not just fire activation, but like maybe they might respond to other trips and systems and stuff, but like, I'm thinking like a big natural disaster, like a hurricane or something, it would trip up a lot of systems, especially in seasonal cottages and houses and stuff we have around here.
Yeah, they
And then,
usually
like-
have a clause in their contract
Okay.
for type of natural disasters and stuff like that.
Because like envisioning, especially on MDI or something, like hundreds of houses which would have been
Yeah,
activated with
yeah.
like January storm.
No, they call that force majeure,
Okay,
that they're not gonna be responsible for big disasters.
sure.
You know, they'll provide
they'll
whatever
still-
service they
They'll
can.
still do the
Yeah.
other stuff, but it's just like the timeliness component is not.
Yeah,
as expected.
and that becomes contract and,
Yeah.
lingo for the lawyers.
Okay.
It seems so similar to a remote monitoring station. Do you know why they make the distinction?
Money, money, yeah. I can either, because when I do true central service, I am guaranteeing you, I'm sending you a runner, okay? So,
What does the runner do? The runner can't.
the runner actually comes to your facility, they're a trained technician, gonna come to your system, facility, that this one here has been activated. They're gonna find that, they're gonna fix it, they're gonna take care of it, and you as the owner are hands off. All right, I have turned this whole thing over by contract to them.
So by that time, the fire department should have come
Should have
on.
already come and done whatever they needed to do. All right, they weren't able to get it reset like this one here, where the device has already been tripped. I can reset that thing all day long. What's there, the stimulus that caused it to alarm in the first place has not been removed. Okay, so sorry for giving you the bad one. All right, but actually it does demonstrate that stimulus issue, all right? So, that stimulus has to be removed before I can get the system to reset. Yes,
So if this thing burns through, let's say if you get like a 100-foot piece of it, something like that, and it burns through that, replace the entire piece, or they like.
no, they'll usually cut it out, okay? But, pass this around, okay? And you folks see where it's at, all right? Okay, pass that around, look for that 20 feet in the ceiling, okay? Or somewhere in the area, when you see where it's burned through and what it actually looks like for it to operate. All right, now I'm gonna be trying to find this, all right? So it's not easy, all right? And hey, guess what? I'm paying them to do that job for me because I don't wanna have staffing to try to figure that out myself, okay? So I can have remote station and I have a problem, then I call them up and I need to schedule a service visit, all right, but that's not the same. Okay, this is automatic. It's part of the contract. Okay, calling up and scheduling service is something completely different. Yes, sir, in the back.
Call it heat wire. What does it actually do when it's burning, or is it just like burning through fires?
It's just basically when it fuses, the wires connect, all right, and just like a switch. Okay,
It just melts the plastic inside.
melts the plastic inside and they immediately touch each other. Yep. So,
What temperature?
that one is 100 and, does it say 55 right on?
Oh, it says.
Yep, yep. So,
It's usually inside the wall or?
they're usually up in the ceiling area, cable trays. This is just an example. Most of the time heat detecting wire is used in ceiling areas and cable trays. All right, but it's an automatic strategy and it worked really well for this demonstration. Okay, so. Could I have hooked up a smoke alarm to every, or a smoke detector to every single one? Yes, but I don't. They didn't want to do that. This was easier, all right, and the same premise happens, okay? So. Any question on the different types of how fire departments get notified? All right, is this clearer than what you read in your book? I hope it is, okay? All right. All right, so the idea behind these systems are to detect fire alarm detection system is to provide that recognize when a fire is occurring and activate. However, we've already identified the fact that it's not perfect. All right. Sure. It may alert the fire department. All right, we already saw the situation where it may not. All right. And that's completely legal for certain things. Does it make sense in the church? All right, when's the church occupied? When there's services there, all right? Those people smart enough, hopefully, to see that there's smoke or fire and do the right thing? Yeah, all right. And when there's nobody there, what's the life danger? It's very little, very small, all right? So this simple type of system you can find in those occupancies, and it comes down to you as the fire department, if you show up there, okay, you provide that education, because unfortunately, sometimes the alarm companies don't provide that education. All right, they should, all right, or the technician showing up says, well, why they installed this for you, because this isn't gonna do that, and they're going, what? You know, but again, that's the conversation, people actually have to communicate. All right, so the idea behind it is going to alert the occupants, and it may alert the fire department, or it also may activate additional suppression systems. Okay, they can be very simple. What you see in front of you is a very simple fire alarm system, or they can be microprocessor based, very complex. Okay, but they're going to have basically the three different same type of components. They're going to have some type of control unit. All right, in this case here, I don't have one here, but again, this is just a model. All right, I'm going to have some type of alarm initiating device. Okay, in this case, what you see in front of you is manual. Okay, I can have automatic alarm initiating devices like the heat wire. Okay, I'm going to have some type of notification device. Early fire alarm systems only had sounders. All right, because lights are very, especially incandescent lights are very, they pull a lot of power, and we just didn't have that infrastructure to support stuff like that. So most new stuff is basically audio and visuals. All right, so I'm going to have those three different devices. Any questions so far? All right, so let's take 5 minutes, and we're going to get started here at yes, at exactly 9 o'clock.
Curious, just with the system where you're saying. So there's like legislation and stuff. Not being able to power and stuff. Okay, is there anything like that for Truman Dixon's?
No, it's not, because the contracted.
No, I was just curious.
The fire alarm system theoretically should do what it's designed to do when people are in the building.
Yeah.
And if you don't pay your bill, and now they're not providing you a service because you're department. Your building burns to the ground, but they have that contract, it's like, we don't.
Or just required to still give local
Yeah, well,
notification,
absolutely.
even if.
Yeah, our systems are designed to work,
So like they can't just cut out the local notification.
no, they can't come in and unplug it because you didn't pay your bill.
Okay,
Because
cool.
this belongs to the building owner.
Yeah.
Okay, they're just providing a service to the building owner to monitor for.
Okay. And would that be true in like the central monitoring stuff where like the company is the one entirely responsible for?
Yeah, oh yeah, you don't pay your bill, they're not providing a service.
No, but like if just where it's their system and they're sending people in their place. But would it still locally active? I don't know, like it's a bit
Maybe
of.
not, because they usually they turn you off.
Okay.
Okay, so basically, well, it's obviously electronically.
Yeah.
But they just basically, that's right up your account, and then you get the.
No, I was just curious if there was like any kind of legal
Nope.
or
Nope.
specific.
No, because it's basically, capitalism 101.
No, well, I mean, I'm
Yeah, yeah.
thankful, because like they were talking about,
Yeah.
just going through legislature stuff now or something about extending the power.
Yeah, that's, but that becomes, that's touchy feely for people, you know,
No, I just kind of.
no, it's good, no, but no, you're right, this is what ends up happening. It's just like your cable bill. You don't make your cable come, they're gonna shut you off, you know, so, you know.
Cable isn't what's safe.
Right, exactly.
Just
What's that?
It's new,
What do you mean?
like the heat protection.
You mean that, this,
This was not out 10 years ago when I.
oh no, they've been out for years.
Have they really?
Yeah, years, yeah.
Yes, I used to, I used
It's expensive. It's expensive.
How much is that length?
They come in a 500-foot roll and they're usually like $900 a roll. So,
Then does the price substantially go up if it's different heat sensitivities or?
no, they usually about the same price,
Okay.
give or take 25, 50 bucks.
I used cable, and there was never this heat protection. I mean,
Yeah, you can run cable, okay, fire alarm cable, the old SPL cable,
yeah.
but it's not heat sensitive. This is actually, it's gonna be monitored by the alarm system. However, okay, there was a movement in the early 1900s to take this type of wire and connect the auxiliary system to the master box. So now I didn't just have automatic, manual protection, I had automatic, all right? But the problem is that in the early 1900s, the rodents had an affinity for the, the next thing you get automatic alarms, you know? So, yeah, but now you see this primarily in cable trays, you know, when you're monitoring cables or high ceilings and you're running it back and forth with the
I
ceiling,
don't
so.
ever install that.
No, it's not something installed, like this is 200 degree wire.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Actually, maybe 190 degree wire. And so, but it's pretty long. Yeah, and again, it's up for use it for cable tray, especially data cables, stuff that I need to protect a big area and, you know. Yeah. Now, I was able to get a whole roll of it, it's down in my basement, I didn't bring that, but it was, I got it on eBay, I think I offered. This is just regular cable, this is just regular audio cable, you know. That's what Mark. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah. Yes, well, I know you came up. All right, okay, all right. Wrong color, then. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. No, well, no, it's kind of how, just the way you're doing, and, I looked at all the fire, and I had a full slew of them, and activated, I missed that, so. You know, it's good. But you get the idea, yeah.
Actually, a good idea. What's wrong with yours? Why is your alarm?
Now, you can give somebody here to fix it now.
Oh, yeah, excavator.
So do you want to handle that right away?
Yes, it's there.
All right, 9 o'clock is, we're past 9, so.
All right.
Something similar to that, but not that.
Be furry, only gonna be 4 hours, so.
You know how I am.
I do, yeah. I do. Yep. And you don't have, and Chief, you don't have anybody in this year's academy that I can get the end test. either.
I know.
So, man,
There will be no failing this year.
I'll just redo, it, you know? All right.
So,
we're gonna.
before we get started,
Okay, so let's all gather around by the ladder.
Oh, man.
So I don't want that.
Wow. Wow. I hope that's a new blade.
Shaving out to stay.
Fine, good work.
The pink one's with me.
All right.
No,
No.
there's a reason why we know
Yep.
Why I shaved this morning.
them. That's
Yeah.
right. Although I hope that Malachi, he won't learn.
Maybe not.
He,
Maybe
when he
not.
came in, it's the first thing he told me.
Oh, yeah. And it looks like that was deliberate though, because that doesn't happen just overnight.
Yeah, he said, I didn't change.
Yeah. Yeah, well, this
I'm
one.
sorry, but
Yeah.
you know the rules.
You know the rules.
Clear.
Yep.
We'll be right back.
Okay.
We have joy.
Yeah, it's all good. Oh, I'd love to keep going. I'd love mine to keep going too.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, so the files are easier to. Do you want some coffee or?
I got coffee right here.
Want a muffin?
At the moment, I'm good.
I'm free.
There might be like. Yes. Yeah.
All yours. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Out. Out. All right, we'll get started here. A lot of this stuff, I follow the PowerPoint presentation. I kind of manipulate it a lot. I use it to keep me on track. A lot of things are redundant. I'm gonna start blowing through some of these a little faster. If anybody has questions, please stop me and ask. So fire alarm control units, looks like everybody's back. So, control units, they basically, what the term is the brain of the system. This is where all the information comes in from the initiating devices. It processes them and then sends out the proper activation for devices downstream, whether it's going to activate notification appliances, it's going to drop out door holds, it's going to activate another system, it's going to communicate out send out a dialer so that if it's remotely monitored, this is going to do all the functions. It's kind of, this is they call the brains of the system. I'm going to have a primary power, which most of the time it's grid power, all right, and then I'm going to have backup, all right, which is usually batteries, okay. They vary. Manufacturers do not need to make them. Each manufacturer has their own, all right. It's up to the manufacturer to how they want to design the system, all right, so they all can look a little different, all right. So unfortunately for us, you show up at 2 in the morning and you haven't done any pre-planning, chances are it's the first time you've seen a system, they don't all need to look the same. All right, so they're all gonna be a little different and they're gonna change depending on the age, okay? Yes,
With more calls and taking text messages now, have they started putting in like into those where it'll just automatically send a message to them? Or is that not?
yeah, no, so the control units, are getting more intelligent, especially with, power over Ethernet or just Ethernet communication. I can get a whole bunch of information. All right, I can tell them what area I can get a whole bunch of information. Whether or not the dispatcher receiving that information relays that all to you as the responding fire department. Yeah, good luck. All right, but they can get all sorts of information from the new systems.
Or it's been like, is it, instead of having go to the call center, like the security system place, will those just message the fire department, for the call center to call us?
No, yes and no, usually not the fire department, okay? But the facility that I had, or the system I had at the Jackson Laboratory, it actually would send out text messages via pagers for people who were hearing impaired. Okay, so they would be an ancillary device, they'd actually have a pager, which is almost a fire alarm in the building. So it has capabilities, and they keep increasing capabilities. All right, but again, an older system wouldn't have that. It's usually, in that case, this would interface with a computer, and the computer is what did all that text messaging and stuff. But calling the fire, no, there's not a single fire chief wants to know when the building is activated. All right, I mean, it just doesn't, you don't really want that, you know. If they're doing maintenance, I get 100 text messages, you know, it's just, you know, and then there's a communication, somebody's gonna let me know, you know, we wanna ignore these, you know, you gotta make sure you call me back when it snows, so I can start, no, just work with the company. They will know when to ignore it. They usually, as a technician in the field, they'll say, how long do you want me to put you on test? All right, so I'm gonna ignore all these messages coming into me until the person says, oh, I'm gonna be done here by noon. All right, so at noon o'clock, they automatically start calling the fire department for the alarm comes in. So, does that make sense? Yeah. Okay. So, hey, again, the control units get more and more complex, and they continue to get more and more complex. They have smoke detection, actually have little paraffin-based, devices in them now that, I can tell it to smoke yourself, and it'll actually smoke itself and verify the alarms coming. So they just keep evolving and evolving in technology, all right? So it's amazing what they've been doing, but again, I don't know where to land, so, all right. Enunciators, sometimes, I can take this system and because engineers and architects say, I don't want that in the lobby, it looks ugly, so we're going to create an enunciator. We're gonna put this in a closet somewhere, we're gonna put it in the basement, or we're gonna put it out of sight, out of mind, and then because of that, they'll put an enunciator in a nice little cabinet or something in the, so when you come into the building, I get an idea of what I may be dealing with. But these are called enunciators. So it's another way for the control unit to talk out to another piece of equipment, okay? The control unit should monitor the entire system, okay? Anything I hook to this system, it is designed to monitor, okay? Which is part of the invention or the concept that Gainwell put into the system. It's called watching itself, okay? It watches itself for integrity. And that's why fire alarm systems are the Cadillac of basically monitoring systems, because they have primary power, backup power, and they use electronics to monitor everything. All right, so if I have a piece of equipment in the field, it's monitoring it. You know, it's saying, it's checking either like through Ohm's law, are you still there? All right, or physically communicating. This system here is actually communicating with every single one of these devices, saying, hey, what's your status? And then it's reporting back, I'm okay. All right, so this is a, what's going on? Okay, all right, here are a lot of alarms.
Line down, sorry.
Is that?
Line down in
the
Surrey.
standard?
It is now,
Okay,
because manufacturers have actually created these
so
protocols.
that's actually.
Yeah, well, basically, they do need to be able, everything needs to be monitored. How you achieve that monitoring is usually a UL listed,
Okay,
okay? And therefore, if it's UL listed, then it's usually accepted by the codes and standards.
okay, but there isn't any specific method of fault error stuff that is specified in the FDA code? Just
The
like that
code
process?
says that things have to be monitored for integrity.
Okay.
Okay, so that monitoring for integrity in the industry is usually done by one or two different ways. It's usually done with resistance. All right, so if I open a circuit, I lose resistance, the panel knows that I've lost resistance, gives me that indication that there's a problem. Or I do it electronically. In this case, it's RF communication through the wires. All right, as long as I'm being monitored for integrity, I can't throw something out there and say, it'll be fine. All right, because it needs to be monitored. That makes sense? So again, most of the time I got a secondary source of batteries. I can have backup generators, but that creates a whole bunch of different other requirements. Okay, some fire alarm systems are actually going to have a PA system that I can come into the system and pick up a microphone and I can talk to people through the speakers. All right, so again, there's different things that I can do with them. Old systems, like the old school systems, used to have a combination fire alarm PA system. All right, so alarm initiating devices, we basically start with the first alarm initiating device, which was the manual. All right, manual box in the street, manual box in the building. All right, manual boxes. All right, those are my first and basically foremost initiating devices. Okay, they are now look like that. Okay, they're called pull stations. They're, some of them are single station, single action, some of them are dual action. Right, so they all come in all sorts of shapes, different sizes. All right, all different ones. You have one in front of you. I'll pass all these different ones around, but you get the idea that the single station is like this one here. All right, all I got to do is reach in and activate it. Done. All right, now I got to reset it. So I'll pass that around too. So. And all pull stations are a little different in how they gotta be reset, okay? Some of them are gonna be keys, some of them are gonna be Allen wrenches. Some of them, like in this case, it's a screwdriver. I have to physically take a small screwdriver, push into the very top, push down, and then these two pieces will separate, so. All right, and there's my switch inside. I don't have to manipulate the switch. After 1996, it was required by code, but all I gotta do is open them and close them and they self-reset. All right, so you pass that around. That is a single action pull station. These are double action pull stations, okay? Push in, pull, all right, so. How about it? Everybody has one of these in front of them, so you get the idea. But this is the manual initiating devices, all right? Yes.
Some of them used to have like a glass bar, right? Or
Yes.
becoming
Yeah.
less common.
Yeah, and it's becoming a lot less common because glass shatters and people get hurt and, yeah, I mean, the idea, the one that, yeah, the glass bars are basically a tamper device to try to, so it wouldn't easily activate. And it was also an indication that, oh, that's the one that I operated. All right, but then I have to replace the glass bars. So unless the manufacturer says this device has to have one in it, you're seeing them removed, right? The brake glass are being removed. There's the old antique I passed around that would break that glass. But again, glass is sharp, and now I gotta reach my finger in there and, so we kind of moved away from it. Yes, sir.
These ones reset themselves and you open them.
Absolutely. You open them up and close them. You don't have to touch that switch at all. They'll automatically reset. Yep. Try it.
Just did. It didn't work.
You didn't do it right then. We were talking earlier. So you open it up and close it. We were talking about the ones that you pull and take your fingers off. Yeah, there is the powder that you can put on them. Schools used to do it. It's a UV, so who's activated? So the black light. They can still do that, but it's not common anymore. I don't know. Now you see somebody else.
It's the glass, you said about people when after checking and maintaining, how would you open that one up without having to break glass? And you have to break.
No, you use a key or use a tool or use a screwdriver to be able to, when it comes back around here, the single activation.
Another one that you would already have to run.
Oh, that, yeah, you have to open it up, with all those, lever in there.
Break glass every time. Check it for anything.
Yeah, unfortunately, that.
You
Yeah, that was in the early 1900s, was the 19.
Yeah.
We used to walk through the door and.
You are
I'm not- Yeah, they weren't.
Yeah, even if you want to say.
Don't touch it if you.
You're out of the.
Water engineering when you do it, and they rarely actually. Yes, you have to actually say. Yeah. Good question. So these are coming around. If you have questions, just raise your hand, let me know, all right? Do you want to go straight now with that picture? You see the little lever? There you go. All right. So, yeah. And then I have double action pull stations, okay, these are designed to stop people from easily, I always have, I can gently push down, they're not gonna activate. It's very it doesn't take a much, but really, if I want it to activate, I push it in, I pull it down, and I got those going around, everything in front of you is push in, pull down, okay? It stays activated until reset, okay? So once I activate the device, all right, that switch has been monitored, causes all these other activations, turns my lights on, drops my door holders out. It's gonna stay that way until I physically open it up and reset it, all right? Firearm systems are designed, okay, I can come up here and I can acknowledge that, I can try to reset all day long, and it's gonna go right back into alarm. Why? Because the stimulus that caused this to happen in the first place is still there. I'm gonna have to open it up, close it, and then reset it, all right? And I don't use horns up here because I don't want to drive you out there. And I also put a piece of, I'm using a red, which is not allowed, and a piece of tape over it, so I don't blind you, all right? But you get the idea. And then somebody's got to go back around and put everything back in place. You can find these, all right? Now, these were only allowed for single action pull stations until a bunch of whiners got together and changed it in the 2019 code. So you will see these a lot of times in gymnasiums, okay? So I can hit it with a ball, people can run into it, and the idea is I will not easily activating that device.
They don't believe you when they tell them to throw a ball at it and set it up.
Well, now that's what the other things are, yeah. So the problem with these is education. Because some people look at this and say, oh, in case of fire, lift cover, pull the alarm. Well, they don't go take it to the next level. So they actually will lift the cover and then run away, all right? Okay, leave the building. Why did the alarm go off? Well, because you know what? You still have to go in and activate the device, okay?
They had one of those in the gym at my high school, and
Yep.
just taking the cover off like that.
What could, some of them have alarms in them.
If they just
Okay.
taking that off.
Yeah, so some of them, what's that? No, it's actually a tamper alarm for this device only. It does not activate the alarm system. Again, education. So this lets you know which one was disturbed, all right, but you still have to reach in and activate the pull station. So it used to be, and this comes down to ADA requirements. ADA says, in order to activate something, it should be more than 2 actions. All right, so push in, pull down. With this, I have 3 actions. I have pull this up, now reach in, push in and pull down. But in 2019, they said, well, we're gonna allow this with a double action pull station now. So now, you will see those, with the 2 actions. Now it takes 3 actions. But again, I talk about the education. Who are they gonna look to give them that education? The fire department, okay? The little sounder, they get a little battery operated sounder, like you mentioned, you activate it, and it's gonna make this noise. Still gotta reach in if there's a fire and activate the pull station. And that thing's not gonna reset until I put this thing back together and then it works, and it does its thing. So these are just designed to protect the pull station. Okay, you can see them around notification appliances as well, but you get the idea. They're there to help alleviate unwanted alarms, okay? So, especially from people who deliberately throw balls out, so. You didn't catch that, did you? So- All right, so just be aware of them, and again, this comes down to an educational thing, to explain to the owner occupants that that's there to protect that, but you still have to follow through, okay? So alarm initiating devices, okay, they're designed, like we showed you here, with the device you have in front of you, without human interventions. Take the human out of it. If I can take the human out of it, it can increase reliability. All right, because humans are notoriously not reliable. All right? Just you know, we all get complacent, we get lazy, we don't do what we're supposed to do. So we have these automatic alarm initiating devices, and they're going to be smoke or obviously suspended particles, some invisible products of combustion, some visible, some invisible, some are going to react to heat, some are going to react to light, okay, open flame, and then some of them are going to activate suppression systems, okay? So heat detection, all right? Heat detection is probably, when I looked at those, the industry that evolved, heat detection was the first automatic detection strategy we had, all right? We didn't have smoke detection yet. It was thought about, but we didn't have it yet. All right, so we started with heat detection. All right, because we could take 2 dissimilar metals and create a reliable, continuous melting point. All right, so I think dope 2 metals together, and I know if I do it in the right mixture, it's always going to melt at 135 degrees. It's always going to melt at 165 degrees. It's always going to melt at 200 degrees or whatever. And that melting is keeping the switch from contacting. All right, so once it melts, the switch makes, and I get the alarm, okay? So again, very reliable, okay? Used areas where I don't have to worry about heating, all right? Because all these systems or all the smoke detection actually has a listed requirement for where they work best, all right? They're less prone to false alarms because, well, I'm only looking for one signature, all right? That heat signature, okay? So here's some early ones, okay? They're still out there. Some of the design, the Mentok, some of these devices, they're still out there, very common. All right, they just kind of changed a little bit, but they're still there, okay? And they usually work by melting a device. They were called in the early days thermostats. All right, so what heat activating device do you have in your home? All right, thermostat. All right, it knows when it reaches a certain temperature, it activates a switch, and guess what happens? Your heater, your furnace, your air conditioner works. All right, it's that simple. All right, but it just doesn't have to say fire on the side of it. Okay, so these were called thermostats. Okay, so I have one here. Right, so here I'll pass around. Look very similar to the Copenhagen 1889. This is not made in 1889. But I have this basic little device here. It's holding back a switch, okay? If I remove this or this thing melts out, the switch is now made and I get the designated alarm. And these can be displaced out and pass that around, okay? Other devices I have is so many of these. These are very common. There's actually one out in the bay. All right. When I look inside here, all right. If you take my class up in EMCC, we'll actually destroy one of these. But if you look inside, you'll see a little spring. I have a little diaphragm. And when they activate, you can see in here where the spring actually activates the diaphragm and I get the alarm. All right. Pass those around. Again, the idea behind it is I'm melting something, it's making contact, and it's closing a switch, all right, or it's changing the state of a switch, okay? Single station heat alarms, this is very similar to my smoke alarms, all right? They're designed to alarm if they detect heat, all right? Spot type heat detectors, what you're seeing in front of you is being passed around is a spot type heat detector. All right, they can be used in garages, they can be used in attics, they can be used in anywhere because they don't have a listed temperature range. All right, they're going to activate when they get hot. All right, fixed temperatures, most of the ones that they're going around, they're fixed temperatures, they're going to melt at a predetermined temperature. Okay, and then I have rate of rise devices. Now, rate of rise devices are similar to this thing here. Actually, I'll pass them around. All right, so I got a couple of them here. These are rate of rise devices. Now, what happens is there's air in here. All right, air there, same air we're breathing, and that air is the same temperature inside as the ambient air. Okay, and so when air starts heating up and this starts getting warm, all right, there's an orifice in the back of these that doesn't allow that air to escape very fast. All right, so because what happens with air when it gets warm? It expands, all right? You saw Al's demonstration with the balloon. All right, air expands as it gets warmer. All right, so it doesn't allow the air to escape, and what that pressure that it builds activates a switch, all right, and gives me the alarm. All right, and that is a calibrated rate. A couple of those passed around. And the idea behind it is it's going to 12 to 15 degree rise in a minute. All right. But it also means a 6 to 7.5 degree rise in 30 seconds, or 3 3¾ degree rise in seconds or whatever. All right, but the idea is that they're going to operate with, and this is just regular hot water, okay, from the tap. All right, we're just going to pour it into a cup. And I have a rate of rise device. And it's the same temperature in here, and it's going to see a rise in temperature just like that. Okay, so it's easy. All right. Now, obviously, the temperature of this is it's warm. All right, but it's not fire warm. All right, but it just saw that rate of increase. All right, so it's definitely warmer than in here. All right, this is actually a designated way to test these. All right, but the idea is they're self-restoring. Acknowledge that. Should reset. And if I put it back in the cup, it either will go off or it won't go off, because now the outside air with internal air, because now it's been warmed up and it's gonna need more in order to operate. So the way these things work is they actually have a fail safe. Okay, they respond fast. You saw how fast that responded. All right. They're a little faster than fixed heat temperatures because the whole thing needs to heat up. But they do, and the ones you see have a little dot on the side of it. Okay, that's a little soldered link that if the temperature does increase very slowly, all right, and it does allow the air to escape, all right, because it's increasing at a less rate than 12 to 15 degrees per minute. It gets to a certain temperature, it will melt, and then it will activate. All right, so at that point, it needs to be replaced. All these heat devices, if they melt, they got to be replaced. All right, that stimulus that caused them to melt, got to be replaced. All right, because they're going to continue to go into alarm. Any questions on rate of rise? Okay, that's my rate of rise devices. Rate compensation. Now, rate compensation devices are a little different. Okay, I like to call them a rate of rise with kind of like a break, because in your book, they probably talk about bowed struts. If I look here, a question about bowed struts, I know automatically I'm talking about a rate compensation type of device. So inside that device, I have this metal tube, okay? And inside here, I have these struts. Now, what happens is that as the tube heats up, this elongates this way, very microscopically, and then it gets, and then I'm talking minute amount, you're not gonna see it, all right, but it expands, all right? At the same time, these start to expand as well. So because they're moving away from each other at almost the same pace, all right, it slows the alarm down, or it slows the potential for alarm. So they can see a rate of rise, but they're seeing it, what's happened is it's seeing the rate of rise, so is the internal device is seeing the rate of rise, and they're moving away from each other ever so slightly. So they're just a little bit more reliable and less prone to unwanted alarms as the rate of rise. Does that make sense? Okay, because you're seeing these two things move in unison. They get to a point where they stop and then they make contact. All right, so if you see something in there, eventually it's easy to start making contact inside here, and that's going to be my rate compensation. I do not know if that temperature is going to be warm enough for my rate compensation. It is still pretty warm here. I may have to replace the water. All right, I'm going to still see a rate of rise. I did. All right, so it's still warm enough. Again, what's happening is this is elongating internally. It's actually elongating, still relatively fast. All right, but in reality, if I actually reset, do this again, it probably won't go. It's already warmed up enough. So there's my rate compensation devices. All right, so if I see a test question based on a certain national standard that I really want to make sure I pass to get a certain credentialing, and I see the term bowed struts, I'm pretty much guaranteed to know that I'm dealing with a rate compensation device. Okay? Hint, yeah, hint, okay? Yes, sir.
Is there a specific, like, it didn't activate a second time?
It's because that temperature of the water is.
Is there a
yeah.
specific, set of time or change in general atmosphere we should, like, after a fire or something, or like, we're trying to reset the system? How
Right.
long should we expect it to still be in that active?
Well, for like
state?
this one here, I think it's designed to activate no matter what, I think at 155 degrees.
Okay.
So the temperature of the ceiling is gonna have to be below that 155
And
degrees.
would that be something that's actually fully labeled on the device itself?
Most of the
or-
time I see rate compensation, they're, at 20 feet in the air.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna be able to read it, you know?
okay,
So I'll try to hit reset. If it doesn't reset, I may give it another 5 minutes or so, 10 minutes. And then at that point, you know, it still doesn't reset. And that's a problem that we run into in the fire service, is that we run into a situation where we hit reset and it doesn't reset because the stimulus that caused it to go into alarm in the beginning is still there.
Yeah.
All right, we hit reset again, maybe 5 minutes later, then we just gotta throw our hands up, say you need to call your service provider. The service provider comes in 2-3 hours later, all right? Now the stimulus has had time to go, leave, get back to normal. They hit the button, everything resets, and they look at the owner occupant and say, I don't know why the fire department could have done that. All right, so, you know, there's this, you know, yeah, you know, it's like, you know, so sometimes that is just expect that, all right? Because stimulus sometimes takes time to go away, all right? Especially when it's high ceilings and I'm not able to get to it easily. All right, we're gonna do everything we can. Maybe we'll do some positive pressure ventilation or whatever, but again, it's just something that be aware of that you may run into. Okay? Line type heat detectors. Well, you'll have those in front of you. They come in different varieties. This is metallic. I got basically 2 wires in here that when the temperature gets a certain point, it melts. You saw the one that went around. These usually come in rolls of about 500, and I can string these out all over the place. There are pneumatic tubing, all right, where I'm actually pressurizing the pneumatic tube, all right, to a predetermined pressure. It's usually pressurized with nitrogen, and then it's up against the diaphragm. And we know that when air is going to expand, all right, when it gets warm. And so we put a predetermined amount of air in there, all right? So if I lose air, I'm gonna get a notice that there's a problem, all right? If the air starts to expand, I'm gonna contact that diaphragm and I'm gonna get the alarm, all right? So that's the pneumatic type. So you have line type, which is, can either be electronic, all right, or basically wires. All right, if you look at the end of that, actually it's taped up, but you get the idea that there's, you know, 2 wires. Let's see if I got it here. This one has been fused. And so what happens is I hook these up and monitor them. And you just have these 2 wires that are basically side by side inside there. And they are just, when they melt, they make contact and they basically act like a glorified switch. All right, so this, the wires in the end there. Most of the time, when I'm dealing with rate compensation, they are restorable. I can replace them. These, the pneumatic type, usually when they melt, I gotta look for the area where they're releasing that air, okay? Or I have to look for the area where it melted. All right, and that is time consuming. All right, the one that is passing around, a little short one, how easy was it to see? You know, especially if it's 20 feet in the air. All right, it's gonna require usually cutting somewhere in the middle, a junction box, and I'm gonna use a meter to find out where I'm actually making contact. Yes.
So I know it'll go off if it melts, but like say if somebody was to cut it or something, would it still go off?
Yeah, because I'm making contact closure, yeah. One of the problems I mentioned to Troy earlier, back in the early 1900s, they had this great idea, and it was a great idea in theory, is to hook the master box to these auxiliary boxes with heat detecting wire, okay? Great idea, all right, because it provided me that automatic notification when the building wasn't occupied, all right? The problem is that they would run this through the walls and through the ceilings, and in the early 1900s, we had a bigger rodent problem than we have today, all right? We can still have rodents, and rodents like chewing on wires. All right, and so they would chew on the wires, and the next thing you know, I got an unwanted alarm. All right, does the system know any better? No, it doesn't, it just the contact closure. All right, but, so you don't see that happening, and that's usually the reason. You get rodents, squirrels, whatever, chewing on the wire, I'm gonna make a contact closure, and I'm gonna have an unwanted alarm. So, that answer your question? Okay, so yeah, so that is one of the reasons we moved away from that concept. Thermal lag, all right, so every single heat detecting device is going to have thermal lag, and that's why they don't make good life safety devices. It takes time for that device to get to the melting point temperature, right? And so that's what has caused them to be a little slower to operate, right? Just keep that in mind. Smoke detection. So smoke detection got its start. So people were thinking about it in the early 1900s. How do we got this suspended particles, it was always there. How do we get an earlier notification through smoke? Well, not very easily. There's just an example. They took horsehair and they treated it with a commercial solution of basic caustic soda. And then when it dried and it was in the presence of smoke, it would elongate, activate a switch. But it's a very crude way of trying to do things. So the thought was there, all right? These two gentlemen came up with the birdcage smoke detector, all right? Now, this was in the 1920s, all right? Now, this was a very highly precision device, all right? It required the weight of two birds. The birds would get overcome by the byproducts of combustion, toxic gases. The birds would become incapacitated. They would hit this funnel, and they would slide down the funnel and activate the switch, all right, the weight of the bird. However, like I said, this was a precision device. It required the weight of two birds in order to activate the alarm. Now, I personally am very glad that this never took flight, because we already know how hard it is to get people to change their batteries in their smoke alarms. All right, so, and I don't know many fire departments want to go on, just time to replace your birds. All right, so we don't want to do that. All right, but the concept was there. All right, but what we found in the 1930s, 10 years later, photo detection was discovered by accident. They saw smoke coming out of the speaking tubes in the ship. And then basically Walter Kidda, all right, Kitty Fire Protection, actually created this idea that if I see visible smoke, I can actually put light there, and if I obscure that light, I get an alarm, all right? So we would see that would actually make its way into use for fur vaults, air handling ducts, and so we got an emitter and a detector, and this would be in a screen, and if smoke or fire was present, it would actually obscure that and activate a switch. Smoke detection has always had one basic flaw, in that it is susceptible to unwanted alarms, because you can actually get suspended particles pretty much all around us. All right, they happen all the time. Drywall, dust, pet dander, just regular dust, organic debris, it all gets very fine and can be suspended in air in an aerosol, and it can look very similar to smoke. Spiders, yeah. So anyway, so this was, so we saw the early advent of photo detection. In the 1930s and 1950s, we started seeing ionization detection get its start. All right, in the beginning, ionization detection was pretty much designed and used by Nazi Germany. They would use them in their ammunition vaults, all right? And so, but they required high power. They required 220 volts DC, all right? The early devices contained radium, all right? Radium is a very useful device, but got a very bad rap, because if anybody's heard of the Radium Girls,
yeah,
okay? The young ladies died a horrible death because of radium. Radium is a product they would use to actually paint the numbers and the dials on the instruments for the aircraft. All right, and so at nighttime, the pilots could actually see what their instruments, because radium naturally has a luminescence to it. All right, unfortunately, they would hire young women to paint those dials and those numbers, and the owners of the factories that were making those dials and indicators would tell them to dip their paintbrush, okay, in the radium paint, all right, and paint their numbers. And in order to keep their paintbrushes nice and sharp, so they could continue to do that, they would tell them, put it in their mouth, okay, and create a nice point on their paintbrush and dip it again and do it over again. And radium is an alpha emitter, and it basically caused eventually they just died horrible deaths. And it was the first start of workers' rights, okay, and some of the changes in the laws for that. That you really know. The sad thing is that people knew it was dangerous, but they didn't worry.
Is that
about
in
it.
the US or?
It was in the US, yeah. So in the 1950s, because ionization detection had its place, Cerberus Pyrotechnics, they were rather a Swiss company, they capitalized on that right after the war and started making ionization detection, all right? But again, they contain radium. And because of that, the United States Atomic Division, or what's it called, the Atomic, they requires these things to be checked annual for leakage. They had to be wiped down. So smoke detection really is like, radioactive type smoke detection is kind of concerned, all right? Because we didn't really understand radiation as much as we do today, all right? However, in the late 1950s, the Los Angeles Fire Department kind of pushed smoke detection to the forefront, all right? So on the heels of a horrible tragedy in the United States called the Lady of Angels Fire, anybody heard that?
Yeah.
Okay, the Lady of Angels Fire, we had 95 teachers, 95 students, 3 teachers die in that fire, okay? And fire departments all over the country said, we don't want that to happen in our jurisdiction. And so fire departments started stepping up their inspections of schools. And in doing so, the Los Angeles Fire Department ran into a situation where they learned that there was a school that was slated for demolition. And so, hey, let's make arrangements to procure this school to do the first of its kind real world testing of fire protection equipment. All right, because up to that point, we had fire protection equipment. Nobody really did any real testing. Now, the fire protection equipment of the day was heat detection. All right, fusible links for doors, fusible links that would keep smoke vents closed. All right, we had sprinklers. Most of the sprinklers were fusible link type sprinklers. And so they wanted to determine, where do we put these conventional heat detection devices? Where do we put them? How do we arrange them in order to get the fastest response and the greatest amount of escape time before conditions became untenable, right? So they would start these tests, all right? And they did test after test after test. And no matter what they did, they could not create a fast enough response before conditions became untenable, all right? Now, these firefighters were actually in the building. There was no SCBA. They were actually doing these tests, all right, to figure out when a firefighter was being driven out of the buildings, they figured it was no longer basically tenable. All right, they stayed in there the entire time. All right, and they would create fire after fire after fire. And so at the end of the tests, and it doesn't say in the book, either by frustration or exasperation, somebody said, what if we try smoke detection? Okay, because we can't get escape times down where people aren't going to die in these fires. And so they decided to, all right, let's try smoke detection. And something remarkable happened. That detectable quantities of smoke preceded measurable quantities of heat, all right? And it begged the question, could smoke detection be used for life safety better than heat detection, right? However, the Los Angeles Fire Department repeated the test. They got the same results. They realized that they were in uncharted waters. All right, so they published their results. It was met with some criticism because back in the day, if I want to create a good fire protection device, I create a better heat detector. All right, but their data was you couldn't argue with it. And so what would happen is that 2 years later, the Los Angeles Fire Department found that there wasn't just another school slated for demolition. There was 2 schools slated for demolition because they just burned them down in Los Angeles, I guess. So they actually took the opportunity to procure those 2 schools to repeat the test. All right, and if you read Operation School Burning, which is what the text is, no kudos for naming, and it's Operation School Burning number 2. All right, Operation School Burning is a great read. It was written by firefighters for the fire service. Operation School Burning number 2 is a science digest. All right, but what I always found interesting in the amount of people or smoke detector manufacturers that signed on to support the Los Angeles Fire Department in 1959, there's a big difference between those who supported them in 1959 and those who supported them in 1962. All right, a lot of smoke detector manufacturers signed on to support their tests, okay, or to fund their tests. So much so that the Los Angeles Fire Department said, hey, manufacturer A, B, C, D, E, F, G, we're not testing your smoke detector against your smoke detector, and yours against his, and yours against hers. You guys need to come to a consensus. They all work on the same principle, and then we'll just share the data with you. All right. And so the manufacturer said, all right, that makes sense. You share the data with us. All right. And so they would test these smoke detectors, and they determined that detectable quantities of smoke preceded measurable quantities of heat, and that smoke detection could be used better for life safety over heat detection. And so we would see that the manufacturers would ride this wave, all right, and we see smoke detection pretty much in every single occupancy out there. All right, how does it operate? We talked about it in the beginning of the class. This is what they're looking for. Particulates, suspended particles. All right, suspended particles. I have canned smoke that nobody sat around a campfire and tried to get it in the can. All right, it's just particulate. All right, it mimics smoke. It's not real smoke. All right, and so all I got to do is spray a little smoke, and the device is designed to do its job. All right, analyze it, look for it, and come on, do your job. There we go. All right, and say, hey, there's smoke in the building. Do its job. Okay.
That wasn't very much.
That wasn't very much at all. No, this is an air sampling device. It works a little bit differently. It's very rapid. And so you're standing here waiting for it, and it was probably what, 10 seconds, you know, in all reality. So this is what we see. And now the problem with that is that, and there's another story I would share with you, but the time I can't.
That's why I'm sitting right here.
I know. I see you back there. All right.
Turns into a walk.
Yeah. Basically, the fire service inherited, I mean, nothing changed with smoke detection. It works by detecting suspended particles. All right. We call it smoke, we call it fire particulate, we call it, you know, and again, if it activates in the absence of fire, it's still doing its job. All right, because it doesn't know. All right, this device had no idea that I just gave it an aerosol that wasn't really smoke. It doesn't know. All right, so we inherited this issue. We get that early warning. We have to just kind of take the good with the bad. Smoke detection has saved thousands upon thousands upon thousands of lives year after year after year. So it's, you know, it's like a little bit of give and take. All right. So again, smoke detection is found in schools, hospitals, a lot of commercial occupancies. Okay, the 2 different types. We got ionization and photoelectric. Photoelectric, I'll go back. Ionization is triggered by invisible products of combustion. All right, invisible ionization, sitting for a certain test. based on a certain standard to achieve a certain certification. I would want to remember that ionization, invisible. All right, ionization best activates with invisible products of combustion. And that's why they are more susceptible to unwanted alarms, cooking vapors, shower vapors, and there's reasons why those types of devices should be further away from those types of appliances. Photoelectric is triggered by the visible products of combustion. When I look at a photo, do I want to look at a blank piece of paper? No, I want to see something. Photo. All right, so photo is visible. I can see it. All right, they're going to be triggered by the visible products of combustion, usually light grayish type smoke. All right, so they're a little slower to operate, but they're a little bit more, they're less prone to nuisance alarms because they're actually looking for smoke. You have to physically see smoke. Doesn't take much, doesn't take a lot. All right, but they're looking for the visible products of smoke. Okay, so ionization utilizes a radioactive substance. Okay, so when I have an ionization smoke detector, whether it's this type of device or one that you may see in your home, all right, you look inside, you'll see the little radioactive symbol. All right, we moved away from radium and we went with americium. All right, some people pronounce that differently, but basically what it is, I have a radioactive substance that charges the air coming in. All right, and so as air is stripped of an electron, all right, it is quickly replaced with another electron. And so inside the chamber, we're looking for balance, all right, of those charged particles, losing electrons, gaining electrons, and it happens automatically, very rapidly. And internally, I have an electrical charge that I'm monitoring. All right, and normal air is going to strip electrons, gain electrons at a consistent rate. When smoke enters there, it grabs those electrons, all right, and doesn't allow them for the other air molecules to gain those electrons, and it causes that imbalance in that electrical signature. That imbalance is monitored by the system, and it gives me the alarm that there's something in here causing an imbalance. Is it smoke? Is it a spider? Is it drywall dust? Is it spring cleaning? I don't know. I don't care. I just see there's an imbalance in here. All right. So take a look at that. This is just pass that around. All right. But that's the idea behind it, is looking for those charged particles. That flow gets interrupted, it's going to cause that imbalance. Give me that imbalance is being monitored by the system, and it's going to give me the alarm. Okay. Photoelectric works basically by looking for the visible products of combustion. I've got several of them here. I'll pass these around. Okay. So they got these ones apart. So inside I have an emitter, okay, which is a infrared diode. All right, it is shooting, in this case, it's shooting up into the chamber. If you look inside the chamber, it's black. All right, and so it's absorbing that light. If smoke enters the chamber, those particulates actually bounce off of the smoke, and it makes its way to a photosensitive diode, aka a solar cell. All right, so basically a little bitty solar panel. All right, it starts generating electricity. All right, the system says you shouldn't be generating that little current, and it gives me the alarm. Okay, so feel free to pass those around. Did you pass the white things going around too? All right, and the packages get smaller and smaller and smaller. All right, this is one here. This is another photoelectric device. Okay, same concept, just different how they did the mechanism, and they didn't get smaller yet. But the idea, the principle is the same. Okay, in this case, I'm looking for, this is light scattering. All right, there's two principles of photos. Like I got light obscuration, where I'm obscuring the light. and I had light scattering. So if I was sitting for a certain test based on a certain national standard to achieve a certain amount of credentialing, I would want to know that my photoelectric works on one of two principles, light scattering or light obscuration. Either I see one of those two terms, I'm dealing with photoelectric. Yes, sir.
I was wondering about the screen, is that just stopping big debris, like big debris?
Big debris, insects, yeah, so basically it's an insect.
And any of that stuff could set it off without the screen in there?
Oh, yeah, well, insects can easily get inside there.
Yeah.
You know, does it still stop them from getting inside? No, it doesn't, but it slows them down. But the screen, it's a very fine screen, it's basically for insects. Yep. So, again, visible products of combustion, right? Any question on those two? All right, photo versus ionization, again, fast flaming fires. So I was looking for invisible ionization, fast flaming fires. Fast flaming fires produce less smoke. All right, that's what's gonna give me that, the invisible byproducts of combustion. Okay, more susceptible to nuisance alarms. All right, the sad thing is that, they're cheaper. All right, they're a lot less expensive. I haven't been in there lately, but I can pretty much buy these for a long time for probably less than $5. All right, they utilize ionization principle. All right, do they work? Absolutely. If I'm on a fixed income, you can put this in your house. All right, but just be aware of where you need to locate it. All right, because what do people do when the alarm activates? They usually pull the batteries. All right, or they take them down. They don't do anybody any good when they're not there. So I go back to that story I told, those people, they didn't know which one to get. All right, so I explained to them, hey, you can buy that, but I could tell that they were trying to pinch pennies. But they bought a few ionization devices because, that's what they could afford. All right, it gave them the protection they needed. All right, however, they need to make sure they keep it further away from the kitchen. All right, they want to keep it further away from the bathroom when there's a shower present, because I want to alleviate the nuisance alarms. If they couldn't get it out of the way of the kitchen, I'm gonna go photoelectric because it's gonna be less prone to, those alarms. Photoelectric's more responsive to slow burning or smoldering fires. Both are acceptable life safety devices. Yeah, I can get photoelectric, combo photoelectric ionization, and they look very same. You can't really tell much difference. You know, in my home, I have both. I have ionization, I have photoelectric. All right, why? So I can get both fires. I can, you know, one's gonna react better than the other, and so I have a combination of those, okay? Again, they look very different, they can look different, they all come in different shapes and sizes, okay? Projected beam devices, these are gonna be by, again, operate on a photoelectric principle. They all come in different shapes and sizes. This is a projected beam device, okay? I unlock it. Basically, I have this on one side of the wall. I'll have this reflector on the other side of the wall, and it's basically looking for that beam so that it's seeing it come back, bounce to it. All right, and so the technician comes out, he unlocks it, he makes sure there's actually then indicators here, and they lock it in place, and you set it and forget it. However, if I place these in there and I don't let the building owner know, and then there's a bunch of people working on the lights, what's gonna happen? I'm obscuring the beams. I'm gonna get an unwanted alarm? Yes, I am. So that's something that you just wanna be mindful of. Again, that information is not always told to the owner, you know, if you need to, here's another one. Okay, you may see these bouncing around. All right, so again, this is actually an emitter and a detector in one. This is just the protective cover for it. So let me pass that around. All right, so these are my projected beam. All right, there's different style than what you see in that's coming around. So they all come in different shapes, sizes, and such. So flame detectors. Okay, we talked about the signatures. Light is a signature for my flame devices. I can either get infrared or UV, and these devices are considered line of sight devices. All right, they want to be looking at where it is I'm trying to protect. All right, so if I have something that's where, if I'm going to have possibility of fire, I need to make sure this is aimed at that, all right? So if somebody comes in and docks it this way, all right, and the fire starts over there, guess what's not gonna happen? It's not gonna see it. All right, so these are line of sight devices. This one here is the infrared, the one on my right. This is the UV, all right? I can have just infrared, I can have just UV, or I can have a combination of infrared UV, all right? And depending on what's burning, it's going to give me a different light signature, all right? Most of the time, inorganics, metals are gonna give me UV. Everybody seen a welding arc? Okay, I get a lot of UV radiation, all right? Short wavelength radiation. Gasoline, when it burns, a lot of IR. I get a lot of radiant heat, okay? So infrared, all depends on what I'm trying to protect. All right, but those are my radiant energy devices. And I apologize to you folks in the background because it takes a while for it to come around, but don't hesitate to ask a question when you see something, all right? I don't know about complicated, but they are expensive, all right? But again, they're very specific for what they're designed to do, right? So the other thing with the radiant energy devices is that, you know, we have a problem with wasps that have affinity for mud, all right? And this makes a great area sometimes for them to build their nests. So they require maintenance, okay? So we've got to make sure that the line of sight is still there. Okay. Gas detection. Now, gas detection, it says needs regular calibration. It all depends on what you're dealing with. I have gas detection here. This is a combustible gas. I go down to the Portland area where Fairchild Semiconductor, National Semiconductor, they're using some really nasty gases, and they're actually detecting those through the fire alarm system. All right. But I can find gas detection in a lot of different occupancies, mainly boiler rooms, kitchens. In this case, I'm looking at a combustible gas. I think I'm empty. Oh, there we go. So this is just butane. Okay, I'm just filling the gas and the gas detection operation. Okay. Those are usually self-resetting, all right? So all I gotta do is acknowledge it, and eventually when it clears out, it should go out. Oh, thank you. Yeah.
It would go off again.
So again, but in occupancies, the gas detection that we're seeing in the state of Maine is carbon monoxide. But then a couple of years ago, after the Farmington explosion, we're seeing a lot of combustible gas sensors out there. So just be aware that those are out there. Some of them are going to be tied to fire alarm systems. Some of them are not. The bottom line is I'm detecting gas. I'm looking for gases, specific gases. Yeah.
The natural or the combustible gas ones that are available for like residential stuff, is that a wide range of natural gas?
Yeah, they're just looking for a combustible gas, either natural gas or propane.
Do you know how wide a range?
No, I don't. They're supposed to be placed in the area where that appliance exists.
Okay.
So
you can tell.
Relatively close. All right, air sampling. So air sampling works on the same principle as photoelectric. This is an air sampling device. Inside here, there's actually a laser. It's monitoring. I'm actually pulling air in. This can be up to 200, 800 feet away. The nice thing about air sampling is that the device is here and I'm monitoring something over there. All right, so it's pulling air through the tubing and it's analyzing it on a continuous basis. That's what my air sampling is. All right, so it comes in through here, it's monitoring it, it's looking for particulate. If it sees it, it's going to activate it. All right, so again, they're used in areas where valuable contents, but I'm seeing them, they've actually changed some of the technology. I've seen them used multiple places. All right, a lot of times the top of elevators need to have a smoke detection device. And well, in order to actually maintain that device, I actually have to ride on top of the elevator, or I can stick one of these through the wall and the detector's outside and the device is inside. All right. So this is gonna go into trouble when I do this, but, that's all right.
What's the delay on one that's 800 feet away?
Probably less than 30 seconds. Yeah.
So it's all pulling air after it goes off, or does it keep?
Oh, no, it keeps going. It keeps going, 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 yeah. In fact, you can hear it,
Yeah, okay.
you know, it's constantly blowing air out, so it's always monitoring. They're very fast, they're very sensitive, and this is gonna give me an alarm when I actually take this out of here, because it's gonna recognize that it's not pulling the air properly. So it's a smart, it takes this moment, all right? But it'll give me a trouble because it's not monitoring itself. It knows that it's got too much airflow. So you can see basically, you can pass that around. There's just this little bitty hole. It's constantly pulling air through and it will, it'll give me a fault, but it takes a little bit. It'll take a little even longer to go back sometimes than normal. But the idea is I'm putting those, it's always out there, it's always sampling the air. Residential fire alarm system. So this is an area where I'm going to get probably the biggest bang for my buck with the public. All right, single station is the most common type of device we're dealing with. Okay, and you've all heard that smoke detectors should be replaced if they're older than 10 years old. All right, so these devices look very similar. Okay, an easy way to tell if it's over 10 years old is that basically it starts making that noise. That's over 10 years old. In fact, this is even older than that. It was actually required in 1996 for them to change the sounder from that sound to this sound. This is the standard national North American evacuation tone. All right, very similar to what you have in front of you. That is the standard tone, has been required since 1996. All right, so if you go into a house and you hear that beep, 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 yeah, and you know they're older than 10 years old, they really should be replaced. All right, like that couple that I saw at Home Depot, they're trying to protect their family. Again, you know, this is the area where you need to explain to people why they should have them, where they should put them. You know, it's all about location. All right, single station smoke detection. I get the alarm in one area. Here you got an example, the fire is happening in the basement. Single station, it's just alarming in the basement. People watching TV may not hear it. People sleeping in the bedrooms may not hear it. Interconnected alarms, again, required in new construction since 1996. Got a fire in the basement, but all the sounders operate. Okay, there is a wireless capability for older homes. Again, I got a fire and they're going to alarm throughout the house. All right, that's been a requirement since 1996. I recognize that not a lot of older homes, you can't do that. But the bottom line is that you want to get the as fast evacuation as possible. And the only way you can get that to happen is with interconnected alarms. All right, one of the impetus for starting that was juvenile fire setters. A lot of times kids playing in their bedroom, playing with matches, what they would do as soon as they started a fire, they would hide. Mom's downstairs, she had no idea something's going on. And so this was one of the impetus for making that change. But again, it really comes down to location, 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 and getting that early warning. If you're talking in your any of your public safety fairs, remember that home smoke detection is supposed to be used in conjunction with an exit plan. All right, has to be used in conjunction with that exit plan. Just don't know the smoke alarm's going off. That's just one part of the equation. Now, what are we going to do? Where are we going to meet? All right, so drive that point home. Again, after 10 years, they should be replaced. You do the math. These things actually pull about every second. All right, so they're actually working every second. I put the battery in, it's working, it starts sucking the battery down in order to do its job. Yes, sir.
I've got the wireless ones in my house, but I'm pretty sure they work off of Wi-Fi.
They could, yeah, the technologies have changed,
You
but
know, if there's any like fail safe, like if the Wi-Fi or the power was out,
That I can't answer. I don't know if that's, if they're, I'd have to look at the manufacturer's instructions and see if they actually have anything in there. Yeah, yeah. The technology is changing, and it does give you that capability, for a lot of that.
Does the building code allow for new, like anything new, does that always have to be wired?
They usually have to be listed, so they're gonna have to go through no, you can use wireless.
Okay,
Wireless is more expensive,
so,
all right, and so, most of the time, new construction is easier to wire them together.
yeah, well, you have
Yeah, so-
access to all the
yeah,
wire spaces.
Yeah,
at that
but
point.
there is capabilities, even in commercial occupancy, especially, historic buildings,
Yeah.
where I don't wanna open up walls and put wiring in, I'll use, wireless, technology, okay? Residential, up to codes require them in every bedroom, on every level, usually outside the sleeping areas. Okay, some of them we're gonna run into, security systems. Again, there's no magic code. You get there, somebody needs to know the code in order to operate it because they use it as a combination fire burglar systems. Some of the new devices have, you can record 10-second messages. I can actually combine them with bed shakers. Low frequency sounders started making their debut in 2019. Smoke alarms listed for nuisances from cooking. They're actually designed to be a little less sensitive to those particular levels of vapors. Wi-Fi enabled smoke alarms, again, I will reiterate, used with an exit plan. And then the mandatory 10-year end of life, usually it's a long beep, says, hey, time to change me out. I can actually have 10-year batteries, okay, the lithium ion batteries. They're just sealed units and they just go dead after so long and they throw away and replace them. Again, these are the people that are gonna come here to the station and they're gonna ask you and they're gonna expect you to know. All right, to be able to give them the information how to protect their families. Yes, sir.
Do all the other detection systems have like a lifespan, like the smoke detectors, or is that just because they're at home?
Because they're in a home. Because they're in a home and nobody's probably maintaining them. All right, all these, I can use them until they actually physically die. All right, commercial devices, because they are required to be tested with smoke every single year to ensure that they're working properly. That's another clause. So, smoke alarms in the home can be usually tied to the regular building power. Most of them are battery backed up. And basically batteries, you just need to explain to people that batteries, as soon as you put a battery in, it starts utilizing that power. All right. It doesn't use it as much when it's hooked to the 120 volt system, but the idea is it starts sucking down the power out of that battery. That's what makes it work. They don't work when the battery's dead because it uses the battery the entire time in order to do its job. Okay. Carbon monoxide. All right, so carbon monoxide is very common, all right, known as a silent killer. If you go to a carbon monoxide alarm, just know some of the signs, symptoms, ask people, how are you feeling, stuff like that. These are some of the different things. Frostbite is if you have liquid carbon monoxide. Mental confusion, vomiting, giddiness, exhaustion, collapse, unconsciousness, convulsions, death. A lot of different things. Most of us have carbon monoxide devices that we can go into the building and check for. I always like this one because people give me a hard time about it, but carbon monoxide is slightly lighter than air. All right. So you can argue with me all day long, but I'll give you the atomic equation, but time doesn't allow me to do so. But it is slightly lighter than air, but it's so close to air that it mixes just with sunlight coming in and the general movement in the building. Okay, a lot of people thought it was heavier than air, and early carbon monoxide devices were power intensive, and so you had to plug them into the wall. Where'd you plug them in at? Down low. That's where the outlets are. All right, but that's not because it was heavier than air. There actually is just slightly lighter than air. It doesn't matter where I put it. All right, it's going to detect carbon monoxide and give you the alarm. Okay, this is how they're designed for UL. All right, they can have 0 to 30 parts per million in your house and no alarm. Okay, 30 plus or minus 3 for 30 days, then I'll get an alarm. And we ran into that in Trenton. We had an elderly person. Basically, she didn't get out of her house, and it was like every 30 days we were back. All right, the carbon monoxide levels were above that 27, 30 parts per million. And so we ended up explaining to them that this is what's happening. They got their furnace fixed. 30 to 70, okay? The system, they're not gonna give you an alarm for at least 1 hour. All right, because I can do certain things in my house that I probably shouldn't be doing. And this gives me this ability to not have the unwanted alarms. Anything over 150, I'm gonna expect an alarm within 10 minutes, could go up to 50. Anything over 400, it's gonna alarm within 4 to 15 minutes. Okay, they did some tests in 2004, and they found that with these thresholds, carbon monoxide detection is usually pretty darn reliable. Carbon monoxide detection will give you the temporal 4. All right, you heard the temporal 3 with the smoke. This is going to be B, 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 B. All right, usually in rapid succession. So if I go to a place and they say the alarm's going off, I can listen. If I hear 4 beeps and a pause, I got carbon monoxide. I hear 3 beeps and a pause, I got a fire alarm. All right, I'm sitting for a certain test based on a certain national standard to achieve a certain state level credential. I would want to know that this carbon monoxide does produce a temporal 4 code instead of a temporal 3 for alarming capabilities. Okay. And then I have the final automatic type indication is my fire suppression system. In this case, I may have a situation where I have water flow. Water flow is actually being monitored by the system. If I have water coming through the pipe, I'll actually activate a vein. That vein activates a switch. That switch is being monitored by the system, and it gives me the designated alarm, okay, through water flow. All right. I can actually tell the alarm system to operate a non-water-based suppression system if I wanted to, a carbon dioxide suppression system, a water mist, or an antigen, or a halon derivative type system through basic types of inputs. Okay. And with that, we're going to move into nuisance alarms. Again, nuisance alarms can come into a couple different categories. Malicious alarm, somebody physically activating the alarm when because they think it's fun to do so. All right. It's sad, but it happens. It wastes fire department resources, may delay legitimate responses. And obviously, when we get a lot of nuisance alarms, we get desensitized occupants. All right. Again, they fall into different things. Malicious is caused by an individual. Nuisance due to environmental conditions. Again, suspended particles are all around us. Nuisance alarms caused by malfunction. I've been doing this for over 30 years. I rarely see malfunctions. It's usually there's a human element that's involved, and the human is gone when you get there. So I don't know what happened. All right. Is it the system malfunction? Or the person who caused the alarm is long gone and nobody's admitting, I don't know, it just happened. Oh, I have no idea, you know, so that's what you run into, okay? Preventing them, all right, a lot of times it's just relocating the detector. The codes are really specific in trying to alleviate nuisance alarms. Proper design, installations, and maintenance are essential. Cross-zone detection is another way I could say you can go off. You can give me an alarm, but I'm not going to actually activate the system until this one goes off. Both of them have to be in the same room. I can have alarm verification in these types of systems. I can sense smoke, and then the system says, okay, we're going to wait 30 seconds and we'll ask you what you got now. Okay, alarm verification. There's different ways to alleviate unwanted alarms, but unwanted alarms can give benefits. Okay, so this is if you have fire engineering subscription at your station. January 2022, somebody that you have just met actually gave an article to Fire Engineering, and there are benefits. All right, you can take the opportunity to look around. All right, what am I dealing with? Do some pre-incident planning while you're there. So, notification devices. All right, so I've already talked about it. You have them in front of you. The automatic 3 temporal pattern is the required signal in North America, but I still see the systems installed with utilizing the slow whoop or different things. Okay, just be aware, they've been required since 1996. Visual notification is obviously if have hearing impaired individuals, I can have visual notification. A lot of times visual notification just be in bathrooms or it's just gonna be way too loud in order to do that. I can shut down air handling systems, I can close fire doors, I can recall elevators. And if a building system is affected by the alarm system, you as the responders should know that. The only way you're gonna know that is talk to the people in the building or do some pre-incident planning, okay? Zone system and coded systems, all right? Zone systems, I have one out in the other room there, but they kind of give you an idea, break down the alarm system into designated areas. Maybe zone 1 is first floor, zone 2 is the basement, zone 3 is the attic space. They kind of give me an idea, but I still got to go around and look for them. Coded systems are usually utilized through the notification system. They're not as common anymore. All right, but when I activate a coded system, okay, 6-1, what does that mean? All right, well, hopefully my pre-incident planning would tell me what that is. That could mean the 6th floor east, could mean the 6th floor west, I don't know. It could be 6, could mean something else. Here's one, same thing, works the same way, pass that around, all right? These are coded systems. So the alarm system is telling you where I need to go, all right? And so you don't see them as often anymore, but they're still out there, okay? And they'll go through and do that, and usually they're tied to the system and they'll give you that information as where to go. Other coded systems are like hospital use, Dr. Red, Dr. North Wing, or, you know, and so only the people in the hospital know what that means. Okay, non-coded systems, very simple. What you have in front of you is a non-coded system. All right, not gonna give you any other information other than you're gonna have to do some walking around and trying to find it. Okay. Enunciator systems, again, these are talked about in the control units. These systems can kind of give you a rough area. The lights will come on. You know, where the alarm came in, basement, 3rd floor, what it was, what caused it. These enunciators can be in different areas. Another way to indicate and tell you where the alarm is. It doesn't give you exactly where it's at, all right, but it does give you an idea. Whereas the intelligence systems will actually usually give you an alphanumeric indication of where the alarm is present, okay? And so with that, let's take 5 minutes and we're going to move into okay. I know, I see that. All right. Thank you.
I figured I'd bring that one back up though, so you can read that.
Okay, yeah. It'll solve, it'll solve. But the idea is that it's a little easier to understand.
No.
So we're gonna have the filter shape and stuff, no? That's all.
What's going on?
All right.
Looking at big ass looking behind.
Can't remember the order again, but. Yeah.
We up in there, like, I'm watching the way.
Kind of, yeah, well, when I teach my class in college, it's staged. But, so, yeah. But. see it.
No, no, yeah.
You know,
No,
and
I'm kind of
it
wondering,
can be in a book all day long,
Ten
but it doesn't mean
I'm
anything.
just kind of wondering like how much of this stuff you'll actually all the way up to ECC
Oh,
versus.
all of
it.
All of it goes, yeah, at different times, you know, most of
Yeah.
it sits in the different boxes, and then I'll move it around, you know. Not us. Yeah, no, so I do move it around all over the place, and you know, and I'll take it to different fire departments, depending on what they want, you know.
Yeah.
So,
The loop, take a loop with your left hand or whichever one is you're working. And then you pull your working through the loop. Then put your tail through the loop. Hold tension on the tail while pulling. And just making sure you have enough to. Ready, place your arm. I find my 100% for real and lots of work, no problem. I've spent them. It's so awesome. The master one is gonna be wrong. Because I love the.
You can like look at the picture, there's nothing in the book, you can look at the
Everybody
picture,
has
zoom in on it, but I'm sure just.
It goes down, you know.
I thought we were doing this.
I think that next.
Go ahead and change.
Okay.
Be right out.
All right, so before I get into suppression, I do want to mention that, if you go back through and you read your book and you need a little more clarification, reach out to Chief Murray or, Lieutenant Malcolm. Ask them, they'll get, or if you're friends with me on Facebook or just friend me, I will help you out however I can. All right, fire protection systems are an essential part of fire department operations, and every firefighter should understand basic understanding. Please don't hesitate to ask. All right, I will give you the best answer I can. All right, so the book does a good job, but it doesn't do a great job because it's so much stuff to cover. All right, and so they have to, I call it page real estate. They have to condense as much specific information in there, and because of that, they're light on details. All right, so my job as the instructor is to provide details, but I have just bombarded you for 2.5 hours on detection system. All right, or fire alarm side of the systems. All right, I don't expect you to digest it all, but the public is going to expect you to understand it. So again, don't hesitate to reach out. So as we move into suppression systems, we kind of fall into another realm of fire protection system. I'm going to utilize Bill Henston with Miami-Dade. You have the opportunity. He's on YouTube.
I'm Captain Bill Weston with Miami-Dade Fire Rescue Training and Safety Division. This is the first in a series of videos on the basics of water-based fire suppression systems. In this first video, we will follow the water from the water main to the tip of the nozzle or the deflector of the sprinkler head. As buildings become taller and more complex, so has their fire suppression systems. Both the lives of occupants and firefighters depend on properly operating, testing, and maintained fire suppression systems. Knowing the component of suppression systems is not just the job of Fire Prevention Bureau personnel. Line firefighters will be the end users of these systems and therefore must be familiar with them. The objective of this video is to follow the water from the water main to the tip of a nozzle or a deflector of a sprinkler head. So let's follow the water. Starting at the right, we see piping coming out of the ground that connects the water main to the suppression system. The water flows through an outside stem and yoke valve an OS&Y, and through a double one-way check valve backflow prevention device. This device is to prevent contaminated water in the suppression system from flowing back into the drinking water supply. The two OS&Ys are used to isolate the backflow device for service or replacement. Downstream of the backflow, we see a post indicator valve, or PIV. Downstream of the PIV is the FDC, Fire Department Connection. If one or more of the OS&Ys and the PIV were closed, the system could still be pressurized by pumping into the FDC, which is downstream from the valves. The pressure in the water main, roughly 60 to 70 psi, can be raised to hundreds of pounds of pressure by means of one or more electric or diesel-driven fire pumps. Let's focus on the FDC. If the intention is to pump two hose lines into the FDC, but you're going to begin by pumping just one hose line, both plugs have to be removed at the beginning of the operation. Otherwise, if the clapper in the FDC should leak, dangerously high pressure could build up between the plug and the clapper. With a tool, not your hands, probe into the FDC to check for debris, or in this case, an insect nest that would ultimately end up clogging a nozzle or sprinkler head. It is very common for the female swivels on FDCs to be frozen due to corrosion or paint. Firefighters can improvise their own swivels with double males and female adapters. An alternative is to rotate the hose line several times counterclockwise, and then rotate the hose coupling clockwise into the frozen swivel. Pumping into an FDC is a battle of the pressures. If the fire department pumper pumps into the FDC below the pressure that is in the system, it will be unable to force open the one-way check valve that is downstream of the FDC. If, on the other hand, the pumper exceeds system pressure, it will force open the FDC check valve and close the check valve on the discharge piping of the building's fire pump. Usually, fire departments pressurize FDCs as a precaution in the event that the building's fire pump fails or the sprinkler system is overwhelmed because it is flowing more sprinkler heads than the system was designed to flow. There are, however, two suppression systems that pumping the FDC is not a precaution, it is a necessity. First is the construction standpipe. When buildings are under construction, they are only required to have one functioning standpipe, regardless of the size of the building's footprint. Pumping the FDC to a construction standpipe is again a necessity. Second, many buildings in our jurisdiction that do not exceed 75 feet in height are permitted to have manual wet standpipe systems. These systems may be pressurized with a small fire pump, say 300 gallons a minute. But the purpose of the pump is to provide sufficient pressure for the sprinklers, not for a firefighting hose line. Pumping FDCs at high pressures is an inherently dangerous operation. Hose lines should be connected to discharges that are not at the pump panel and should be secured with rope or webbing at the apparatus and the FDC. Keep all civilian and fire department personnel clear of the hose lines, apparatus discharges, and the FDC. Here, corrosion has eaten a hole in the FDC piping. This FDC was launched when pressurized to 125 psi, and corrosion or mechanical damage has taken its toll on this FDC. One of the most common problems with FDCs is the theft of brass female intake swivels. This is such a common problem that a Phoenix Fire Department captain invented a device that engages the grooves of an FDC that is missing a swivel. Early in our recruit training, we were taught that if an FDC cannot be located or is not serviceable, to pump a hose line into a first floor standpipe hose outlet. Here you see a Y being improvised as assignees with the use of double females. There is, however, a crucial exception to this procedure. That is when a first floor standpipe outlet is a PRV, pressure reducing valve. In that case, pumping into a PRV will cause it to slam shut like a check valve. We'll examine PRVs in detail in a later video. I hope you've enjoyed these videos. I certainly enjoyed making them. The purpose of these videos was twofold. One, of course, to learn some particulars about the components and functions of fire suppression systems. But more importantly, to inspire firefighters to become students of fire suppression systems. Always ready, proud to serve.
So if you have the opportunity, I do recommend, take the opportunity to, watch, Captain Dustin's, videos. He does do a great job. We're gonna talk about a lot of stuff here, but really just kind of follow the war. That's the first of that. But we are expected to use these systems, all right? Most of the time, when I'm dealing with standpipes, they're installed for us. They're not installed for the building owner, all right? There is some exceptions to class 2, but for the most part, they're there for us. And depending on your department's SOPs, SOGs, whether you use them or not, all right? So for the sake of time, I won't go around the room, but I can tell you that in just our general area, there are standpipes around. All right, there are standpipes in Ellsworth, there are standpipes in Bar Harbor, there are standpipes in different communities. They're out there. All right, and so if you are asked to operate off standpipe, you should basically have an understanding for it. All right, the other thing is you never know where this job's going to take you. All right, today you're working in a volunteer fire department or a small town city fire department, but you find you get an opportunity to go down south or somewhere else or city of Bangor. They do have high rises. All right, so you just never know where this job is going to take you. You never know where mutual aid is going to be asked for of you, and you should have a basic understanding how these systems work. So again, I talk about history a little bit. The idea is that fire suppression systems were installed after fire alarm systems were developed. It was just a natural progression. And the bottom line is because I want to stop my contents, what I'm building, what I'm putting together in my building, the materials I'm making are worth more than the building themselves. So I want to protect those processes. I want to protect that equipment. All right. And the only way I can do that is through a suppression system. So in the early days, we had what was called sprinkler piping, and it was perforated pipe. All right. So it was a piece of pipe and it had a bunch of holes drilled in it. All right. And so when one went off, they all went off. All right. So that was the idea. That's a demonstration of perforated pipe operating. It was again in the late 1800s. This one here to the right is New York City. They the demolishing of a building. The fire department went in and said, hey, we perforated pipe sprinklers in here. Let's hook up to it, see if it still works. Sure enough, it still worked just like it was supposed to. The problem is it uses a lot of water, all right, and everything gets soaked. But that was the early start of sprinkler ideology in the building. Okay, we moved to open sprinklers, or what was considered the harmonized sprinkler. It was the first sprinkler with a soldered cap. It kind of has this salt and pepper design, all right, where the cap will melt off, and then now the water will spray onto just the area where the fire is. Here's one that's actually intact, all right, and that's one that's actually operating. You kind of see it kind of makes a mess of water, but the idea is I need to protect what it is that's burning or stop other things from catching on fire. Okay. Early sprinklers, we moved from the perforated pipe to open sprinklers. So now we just open the valve and everything gets flooded. And then we move forward to what the Grinnell sprinkler. Grinnell created a sprinkler that basically became the standard. It looks pretty much like the sprinklers we have today. All right, with the deflector, the arms, the cap. And if you look really close, this is actually a glass cap that's being held shut and through a soldered fusible link. And I don't have another one here that I see. But that was the idea, all right? And he kind of designed that and pretty much ran with it. And that pretty much has made the basis for the sprinklers we have. And again, yet another industry was born. All right, so we have sprinklers where we're at today. So automatic sprinkler systems, standpipe systems, special extinguishing systems, newly constructed buildings that usually incorporate at least one of these types of systems. And knowing how they work, how they can affect fire behavior is essential for firefighters to understand and not shut down the system when it's still needed. All right, there's numerous examples where fire departments have went in, shut the system down, oh, we're gonna stop water damage, when in reality, fire hasn't been properly controlled. It takes time for you to get in there and do the overhaul, and things are lost. Leave sprinklers, let them continue to operate until you know the fire is out, okay? So automatic sprinkler systems, the idea of one head opens at a time, okay, when they're reach their operating temperature. The major advantage is that they function both as a fire detection device, because they melt, they're basically a glorified heat detector, and they actually start controlling the fire by trying to suppress it. So they do both.
The automatic sprinkler system is the most cost-effective form of fire protection. Sprinklers are fast and effective because they deliver the right amount of water directly on top of a fire. They control fire and limit its spread. That sounds simple enough, but how do sprinklers actually work? Fires produce heat, and heat is the trigger for the system. When the sprinkler head reaches a specified temperature, the system is activated and the head disperses water. The water cools the fire area as well as pre-wetting surrounding combustibles. A sprinkler system is designed to deliver an exact amount or density of water to an area of a building. The density is based on the layout of the building and the type of occupancy. There are two common types of sprinkler heads. The first is the fusible link. When the solder gets hot enough, it melts, causing the link to burst apart. This opens the head, allowing water to flow. The second head design is the glass bulb. The bulb contains a chemical that's sensitive to heat. When it reaches operating temperature, the chemical expands and ruptures the glass. The sprinkler then discharges water. Regardless of the type of assembly, they both have one critical function: to activate the head and start the flow of water. However, a sprinkler system needs to deploy the right density of water for the occupancy. Too much water can overtax the supply or cause needless water damage. And too little means the system can't control the fire. That's because different materials produce more or less heat when they burn. For example, a manufacturing plant with an abundance of wood would release 8,000 BTU per pound per minute when it burns, whereas a plastic material would release 13,000 BTUs. Clearly, the system would need more water for the plastics plant than the furniture. That's why the type of occupancy is the key to sprinkler system design. So what determines the water density the sprinklers can deliver? The size of the head, the diameter of the sprinkler pipes, and the water pressure are all factors. Sprinklers can make a firefighter's job much easier, and they can save property. However, the entire sprinkler system needs to be properly designed to be effective.
All right, so the most common sprinklers we have basically are going to be our wet type sprinkler heads, wet type sprinkler system, where I have a riser, I have branch lines, and I have sprinkler heads. Everything is pressurized with water. They're ready to operate immediately when if there's a fire, they melt and they put water on the fire. The bottom line is they're designed to suppress the fire or control the fire. They're not designed to actually extinguish it unless I have specific heads that are designed for extinguishment. All right, most of the time they're just there to keep things wet, and so fires can't grow very fast. And that allows us to get in there and finish the job. But they do a really good job. So automatic sprinkler heads, obviously they're the working part. Want to know all the parts and pieces. You got the deflector, you got the arm, you got the fusible link, and that's what working in the sprinklers. Okay. Different types of sprinklers operate different ways. Again, what she was talking about in the video, I have the fusible link type sprinklers, like the original ones that went around, or I can actually have the glass ball, all right, so. The fusible link type sprinklers, again, depends on what I'm dealing with, the temperature of the head is going to determine when it melts, all right, and then I can have the glass ball. Now, your book does an okay job at this, but just be aware that the glass bulb, when I'm dealing with glass bulbs, they determine the temperature of the sprinkler head. All right, so I'm passing around a couple different ones, different glass bulbs. All right, and when you look at this, this is a 155 degree head. This one's going to be, I think, 380. This one's, I think, 425. So, and the color of that is going to determine the operating temperature. Now, the chemical inside is the same, but what happens is the air bubble is different. And obviously air expands and contracts. And so the bigger the air bubble, the slower it's going to operate. And so when I look from the ground level and I see these different colors, this can give me an indication as what the temperature of the sprinkler head is. With most fusible links sprinklers, the frame, okay, not a glass bulb, will give me the operating temperature, or give me, you see that this frame is actually painted white, all right? It's a fusible link sprinkler, I have white frame, and that tells me the temperature of the head. In this case, it's 200 degrees. I have another one here, again, was a fusible link. That was right here, it's just a matter of finding it, so. All right, what's that? No, that's not the one, it's actually right here, I had to walk away. So this one here, now you'll notice there's a little blue on there, that gives me the idea of what the sprinkler has. Again, that was a fusible link type sprinkler. All right, so if it has a glass bulb, okay, glass bulb tells me the temperature of the sprinkler. If it doesn't have a glass bulb, the frame tells me the color of the sprinkler, the temperature of the sprinkler. Okay, clear? Okay, the frame is going to, no paint on the frame, standard, whatever it's supposed to be. But usually if there's paint, white, blue, or another color on there, and that paint is put on by the manufacturer, nobody's gonna go up there and paint it for you. All right, it's done by the manufacturer to give you an idea of what the temperature operates. Now, if you look at the deflector, you'll see the temperature, it's actually gonna be imprinted on there, okay? So again, sprinklers are gonna be anywhere from, for light hazards, 135 to 175. There should be spare heads available. Most of the time, we don't touch those, but they're there for the owner operator or the sprinkler company to take care of. In some jurisdictions, fire department will replace the sprinkler heads because they recognize getting the sprinkler system back in service as fast as possible saves properties and saves lives. But most of the fire departments in our area, I don't think they have a policy to do that. They allow the sprinkler company to do that. Okay, chemical pellet sprinkler, those are another type of sprinkler release mechanism. And so what happens is this doesn't actually, it does melt, but what happens is it's chemical set up that it's solid here, but as it warms up, it actually softens. And so as it softens, it can't hold the water pressure back and it pops out. So there's your chemical pellet type sprinkler head. Again, just the liquid compresses the plunger. It's just a different mechanism. Instead of melting and snapping apart, it just melts and where it gets soft and it can't hold the whole thing back. Special sprinkler heads. I got my normal sprinkler head and I have EFSR. The big one with the white arms, that is an EFSR. If you look in the back side of that, it's designed to put out 125 gallons a minute. All right, that's a lot of water. And if I get 10 of those flowing in a building, that's 1,250 gallons a minute. All right, that's a lot of water. So pre-incident planning, I should know what engine's gonna go there and how much water I'm gonna have to supply the system to make sure that it continues to work. Okay, I'm gonna bypass this thing here, for time. Deluge heads are open sprinklers. We kind of go back to the way it was in the late 1800s. We have open heads. What I'm trying to protect is usually tank farms, sometimes, waste, sorting facilities where I need a lot of water and I need it now. All right, so all the heads are gonna open up. All of the system is designed to support every single head flowing. All right, these are my deluge heads. All right, they're special. They have no fusible links. They're all or nothing. All right, so, and they're only used with deluge systems. Mounting positions. So there's 3 different mounting positions, and if I was sitting for a certain test based on a certain standard to achieve a certain, different type, certification, I want to remember, make sure I know all the different mounting positions. Okay, so I have upright, all right, just like an umbrella, they're upright, okay? I have pendant, all right, just like a pendant, all right, they're face down. I cannot install this legally, all right, per code this way. I have to install it this way, it's pendant, all right? And then I have sidewall, right? There's a special deflector like this, okay? The idea is the water comes in, it sprays out, okay, to wet the wall down, and then it usually goes this way, all right? So they're my sidewalls. Those are my 3 different types of sprinklers that I'm dealing with. Sidewalls can come in a little bit different shapes and sizes. This is another sidewall sprinkler, usually for residential. And if you look inside there, this one and these 3 are residential. You'll see the orifice size is a lot smaller. Because when I'm dealing with residential, all I'm trying to do is wet things down. If things are wet, they don't burn very easily. Everybody's trying to start a campfire in the woods, okay, when it's heavy fog or damp conditions, or it takes a lot of energy in order to dry the fuel out. So in a residential situation, I'm wetting beds, I'm wetting curtains, I'm wetting carpets down with just a little bit of water because it's gonna make it that much harder to burn, okay? So, but again, know your mounting positions, upright, pendant, or sidewall. Okay, old style heads, that one that went around, the old one there, they're designed to actually throw a little bit more water up to the ceiling. Through testing, we realized that, well, if we're putting water down on the fire, I don't have to worry about the ceiling as much. So let's get more water down. All right, so, and those are usually early 1950s or so. So just keep that in mind. Piping. Piping can be steel, it can be plastic, it can be copper. Most of the time we're dealing, it's going to be steel piping, right? Or it's going to be galvanized pipe. Okay, valves. All the different types of valves when I'm dealing with sprinkler systems. I'm going to have supply valves, different types of control valves, smaller valves for testing and such, and they all play a different role. OS and Y. So OS and Y is outside stem and yoke. All right, outside stem and yoke, or sometimes called, depending on where you were raised, outside screw and yoke. All right, but when the stem is out, the valve is open. When the stem is inside, the valve is closed. And I think later on today, you'll actually have the opportunity to do that. All right. Rule of thumb with stem and yoke is whatever the size of the valve is, I can tell what size the valve is, especially when I can't see it, by counting the number of turns. It's usually 3 times the diameter plus 3. So if I have an 8-inch valve that I can't tell, I'm going to be turning it 24 times plus 3, 27 times. All right. If it's a 12-inch valve, it's going to turn 39 times. Okay, if I have a 10-inch valve, it's going to turn 33 times. That valve is a 3/4 inch valve. I think it turns like 4 1/2, 4 3/4. All right, so that's just a rule of thumb. I know how big the valve is by just counting the turns. All right, and depending on the insurer, and you're doing impairments, you need to know you count the turns of the valve. All right, so again, that's your OS and Y valve. The stem indicates whether it's open or closed. Okay, open, closed. All right, butterfly valves. So butterfly valves are another type of valve that is used in fire suppression. Okay, pass this around. You will look inside here. I have a butterfly valve. It's a very small wafer. As I close it, it actually will close the valve. All right, and the indicator here will tell me whether it's open or closed. You're gonna get tired of this, aren't you? But there's the opportunity to really look inside there and we'll see what's going on. And that's just another mock-up of the sprinkler. But again, that's a butterfly valve. That's a 1-inch butterfly valve. I could bring in an 8-inch butterfly valve, but it gets a little more cumbersome, okay?
There you
So. Well, you look in the end there, you can see it open, close, how it works, see the indicator on the front of the valve, it follows that open and close mechanism. All right, so, alarm valves, okay, alarm valves is this valve here, okay, our wet sprinkler system. Okay, so this is my alarm trim, my alarm valve. This is basically a glorified check valve here. Okay, this opens up as water's flowing. There's, you guys look at it later on, but there's a whole bunch of small pieces, small perforated section here that actually fills this area to provide an alarm delay and such. But this is my alarm valve, and but they're very common in sprinkler systems. So, okay. Post indicating valve, you heard Captain Guston talk about it. Post indicating valves are gonna give you 1 or 2 words to tell that you know if the valve's open or closed. It's gonna say open, OPEN, or shut. All right, so that's right in the glass. And I believe you get a chance to do that today as well. All right. Wall post indicating valve. This one is in Martin's and Ellsworth, okay? It's right there. And if you're not, you can walk too close to it, you hit your head. But it says same thing, open or shut, okay? Supervisory switches. So supervisory switches, I'm monitoring integrity of the system. All right, I can either have it internally, okay, like the one that's going around. I can have the butterfly valve. I can monitor internally, all right, that says, hey, somebody's just impaired your system. All right, I'm not evacuating the building, but I'm letting somebody know that somebody's gonna go check something, right? So I'm getting that supervisory alarm. Okay, supervisory alarms are designed to let you know that there's an impairment of another piece of fire protection equipment. Okay, so if I'm sitting for a certain test based on a certain national standard to achieve a certain level of certification, I want to make sure that I know what supervisory does. Supervisory is to monitor fire protection equipment, not the fire protection system. Okay, system is monitored through the trouble alarm, but the supervisory is monitoring fire protection equipment. It's that little term, okay, when I see monitoring equipment, it's going to be supervisory. So with a large OS&Y, I have this type of device. All right, so you move it, you hear the little micro switch, but basically this is rolling on the stem. And so the stem actually has a little groove in it. As I close the valve, this will roll outside the groove and it will give me that alarm indication. Just another glorified switch. All right, doing its job, okay? So you will see an example of that out in the trailer, okay? If you have a question on trouble in supervisory, there's another article. This is free to download in the July 2020 high-rise operations supplement of fire engineering. And it was actually, now it's in this, and it's also been in the new high-rise book. They actually republished it in the high-rise book. So this article exists in 2 locations in fire engineering. I was honored to actually have that republished into their Understanding the Vertical Challenges book. But it kind of gives you the understanding of where the difference between the supervisory and trouble explained. Okay. So again, when I'm dealing with fire alarm systems, there's different things. I'm going to have the alarm valve, the dry pipe valve, the pre-action valve, or the deluge valve. Okay. The alarm valve is designed to prevent nuisance alarms by letting the water flow through the system gently. If I have water surges, it goes into this device here. I don't want to offend anybody, but this is called a retard chamber. Okay, it says right here, retard. It's designed to retard the alarm. Okay, it's an alarm delay device, but that is what the industry calls it. I don't want to offend anybody, but that is what it's called. All right, so, and what happens is any water pressure surges, it comes in here and it'll let all drain out. Let it come in, drain out. When I'm actually flowing water, it overcomes that ability to drain out, and there'll be a pressure switch up here. Okay, it fills this up, activates the pressure switch, gives the alarm at the panel, says there's water flowing in the alarm in the building. Okay, so, but again, that is what it's called. It's printed right on it. That's I just want you to know that from just a nomenclature, understanding, okay? But that's how the alarm valve works, okay? Dry pipe valves and deluge valves, they're starting to be a little bit different, okay? Because deluge and pre-action, are very similar type valves, okay? And for the sake of time, I won't get into them as much. Other valves, I can have test and, drain valves. This is the test and drain valve. So one way I can actually drain the system. The other way I can actually test it. There's a thing here, so I have to operate it. So I test. If you look inside, you'll see the orifice changes and I drain, it goes fully open. All right, so I can drain water out. This is just called a test and drain valve. All right, the test is to determine a sprinkler head flowing. I can have globe valves, okay? This is just another valve you may see in a sprinkler system. It's called a globe valve. All right, just a way to control water most of the time for maintenance, all right? Because piping leaks, things happen, sprinklers fuse, and I may need to do maintenance, so I gotta drain the water out, okay? Water supplies can show up from all different sources. Most of the time you're dealing with municipal water supply, okay, which is going to throw water through the underground system. Fire pumps are there, but again, if I'm dealing with a building that I'm relying on the electrical system operating, and the electrical system fails, well, now the fire pump may not work anymore, right? So, but hopefully the fire pump's doing its job. Fire pumps are designed to be tested regularly to make sure they're providing the proper amount of water, okay? Fire department connections, all right? This is so I can pull up in an engine and I can put water into the system to supplement, all right? The FDC, all right? So they're all gonna come in different shapes and sizes, all right? Some places are gonna have the sorts, some are gonna have the automatic systems here. Now, this I'm not gonna be passing around, okay? But you get the idea. I don't want to make sure that you understand this. So this is the FDC, and whether I'm using this for standpipe operations or I'm using it for a sprinkler system, all right, I get the same. This is just another clapper setup, all right? So again, I'm dealing with, hopefully everybody can see this, all right? I'm gonna put my 2.5 in, all right? In here, my clapper in this case is way in the back, all right? So I'm gonna cut like 2.5 inch into my Siamese connector. And like Captain Dustin said, you wanna make sure you take that off while you get the other hose set up. All right, sometimes I will have just the brass caps, but this will get some person about 50 cents in scrap brass. All right, but it's gonna cost me about $50 to replace it. So you see these kind of going the wayside. And what you see is these cheap, inexpensive covers, all right? These covers are called breakaway covers, all right? They're designed to be broken and discarded, all right? So you showing up on the fire ground, I need to operate this, I break the ears. I just break the ears. Do not hit it in the middle, because you can drive parts and pieces up inside. I'm gonna break the ears, and when the ears break off, this thing is available for use. And a little bit, okay? And if you look closely, you'll see that it has imprint perforations, so it can be broken. I just take a spanner wrench, a Halligan, I break that ear off, that thing's gonna fall right off, and then I'm gonna have full access to the FDC. So I'm gonna pass that around. Okay, so those are just out there. Just be aware they make those out of plastic. And just be aware that they're there, and that's how they break off, and they're designed. Don't want to save them, you snap them off, throw them away. They cost like $1.50 to replace, all right? A lot better than replacing this when somebody takes this to get, and I can't even get a beer out of that, so, but anyway, so that's your fire department connections for operation. Water motor gongs. The idea is that I can hear the piping, hear the sprinkler flowing outside the building through the water motor gong. A lot of times these are electric bells. Yes, sir.
I was wondering about the break off. Let's go back a little bit. Like you said, break off both of them because
You usually have
the
pressure
pressure
in one, yeah.
The pressure will build up, and then You're hooking two hoses to that at this point because the water's able to flow freely? or-
Well, because, like I said, I wish I could pass it around. When water comes in, it will slam the other flapper shut. Okay?
Okay.
But for me as an engine operator, hauling up two hoses, you know, I usually get one out there, get it hooked up, get it charged. The Siamese will slam shut, but it's still gonna leak by because it's just a metal seat.
Yeah.
All right, that's why you wanna take this off because the pressure I'm putting in here is gonna build up here.
Pressure leak, it's not
It's-
two hoses.
Well, no, you are gonna hook up the second hose. You should be hooking up the second hose.
Take it off.
But you take it off so that I don't, because if I leave. If I leave that on there, okay, and I have one of these in there, there's a rubber seal in here, this is gonna start pressurizing. Okay, so if I hook this is intact. Okay, and I got a good seal, and I come in here because, I'm getting in here, I'm getting this thing charged, and I hook up my 2.5 to it, all right, and now oh, there we go. All right, so I hook that up and I go back to my engine and I start pressurizing. I'm gonna come back here and this is gonna be whatever my engine pressure is. All right, so when I come up to this, I wanna hook my hose in, get this out of the way. All right. Most of the time, they're on little chains. Let that go. Now I go back to my engine. All right, when I come back here, there's gonna be a little bit of water dribbling out of this. Okay, because it's, again, metal to metal seat, just pressure is holding it closed. All right, but I don't have trying to open this up against pressure. Okay, it's just gonna be, it's a pain in the ass. It's gonna slow me down, especially when I bring my other hose up. And so because of that, sometimes fire departments just go with the stores connector. All right, so I just gotta bring one hose up to it, hook it in and be done with it. But it all depends on the jurisdiction, so.
Are the source connectors prevalent around here at all?
It all depends, it all depends on the local fire department. So whatever the local fire department wants is what they get. Ellsworth has asked for the stores connector. All right, I can just one hose, well, large volume of water. But these are very common out there, just the regular Siamese connectors. Any questions on FTCs? But good questions, I appreciate it, yeah, I appreciate it, because it's, makes for, not me talking up here, okay? The water motor gong, a lot of the newer systems, we're gonna be dealing with electric valve. All right, the nice thing about water motor gongs is that they actually flow, based on water flow, so if they're ding, 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 I know a lot of water's flowing. I can actually hear if the water slowing down, the water gong slowing down, or if something's happening inside the building, I'm losing water. All right, so some of the old fire chiefs back in the day would actually listen to how the water motor gong is sounding to know how much water is flowing through the system. But you kind of move away from that, we just got a static electric valve. All that's required is an outside indication. It can be a motor water gong or it can be electric valve. If I have a motor water gong, I do have to run piping to it. Piping's expensive, whereas electric is a little cheaper and I can put them in different areas, okay? So again, when I deal with sprinkler systems, there are 4 different types of sprinkler systems and sitting for a certain national test based on a certain national standard. To achieve a certain level of certification, I want to know that there are wet pipe, dry pipe, pre-action, and deluge sprinkler systems. Those are the 4 primary sprinkler systems. We're not going to get into all the different pre-action systems, but those are the 4 primary categories, okay? Wet pipe is the most common. All right, they're most common because the water is always there and it's ready to go. The bad thing is where we live. Well, I can't have those freezing areas. Okay, water freezes. Okay, I can use dry pendants. All right, dry pendants is I can use those on certain areas where I'm dealing with. These come in short lengths up to around 6 feet long. Basically, I have water here. And then down in here, I have the sprinkler head fuses, this plunger drops down and then sprays water to where I need it to go. All right, they have a high rate of failure, so they do work, but they're usually required to be replaced every 10 years. And again, if I'm looking at a freezer area or an outside area where I may need a wall mounted type of, losing my mind here. Yeah, the deflector for the, going out a sidewall. And again, I'm warm in here, but outside I'm cold, or into like a enclosed freezer. Okay, I can put this in the freezer, protect what's in the freezer, but I don't have to worry about the piping freezing because this area is dry. All right, so that's that. And when it activates, I gotta replace the whole piece of, whole shebang. I mean, those are made to order. They have to be replaced. There's no replacing sprinkler heads in them. Okay, dry pipe sprinklers act very similar to a wet pipe, except that everything on this side of the pipe is either filled with pressurized air or nitrogen. I have to alleviate that air pressure or nitrogen for the clapper to open. All right, so the clapper's a little bit bigger. And there's a picture of it there. I got air pressure holding it down, water coming in here in the supply. And the only area I have to worry about keeping warm is the area where this valve exists. Everything else can be dry. All right. Dry systems, by their design, are going to delay water under the fire because air has to expel, water's got to come in behind it, and then the water gets onto the system. Okay. In order to alleviate that, I can put what's called accelerators on there. They just help exhaust the air faster to get water into the system faster. There's a whole amount of codes and standards in order to operate the accelerators and when they're needed and such. But the bottom line is when the head opens up, the accelerator also opens up to get the air out of the system, hopefully get water on the fire a little faster. Okay, exhausters not as common because they had some failure issues, but again, it also does basically the same thing. It exhausts the air to get the air out of the system so water can get onto the fire faster. Pre-action, okay, I can deal with a pre-action system. This is where I'm working with these. I'm in a situation where whatever I'm trying to protect, I really don't want to get it wet. All right, I really want to make sure there's a fire there. Okay, I just want to have that extra level of precaution. All right, so I usually when I'm dealing with the pre-action system, also going to have detection there, and I'm going to have the sprinkler system there. But I'm not going to let water get into the system until usually multiple things happen. Sprinkler heads fuse, or the detection system operates. Detection system operates, I can get water into the system, but I'm waiting for the sprinkler head to go off. All right, so it's got to be hot enough for this. I'm really delaying the water onto the fire because whatever I'm trying to protect, I really don't want it to get wet. I want to try to mitigate it by people before the automatic system. So I'm going to use it in a data center. All right, I really don't want my computer systems to get wet. I really want to make sure there's a fire in there before I discharge water. But if there's a fire, I'm going to just cut my losses, but at least I'm going to protect it. All right. So just that's where your pre-action systems, a museum, okay, priceless documents. All right, I don't want them to get wet. I really want to make sure that if there's a fire, I'm going to cut my losses, but I really don't want them to get wet. I'm really trying to ensure that protection. All right, so, what I'm trying to protect, what I'm trying to save. But again, double interlock, I even have a slower situation where I'm actually monitoring the air pressure or the nitrogen in the system. Nitrogen generators are becoming more common primarily because they come down in price and they extend the life of the pipe. Dry systems are usually, the pipe life is anywhere from 10 to 15 years. I put nitrogen in it. All right, my piping life increases to almost 50 to 75 years. All right, because I alleviate the oxygen. All right, so nitrogen systems are becoming more common. All right, I fill it with air and then I backfill it with nitrogen. But again, double interlock, I am usually, my alarm system has to operate. I have to lose pressure in the system before I even allow water to get in there. Okay, yeah.
Why is there a cover on that one?
That's so I can actually put it up inside the ceiling, okay, make it more flush mounted and it looks nicer.
But it's still, it just.
That'll pop off and then at a lower temperature and expose the sprinkler head and then it'll operate. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, there's Especially when I start dealing with residential stuff, jump the gun here a little bit. Notes here somewhere. I'll find it. But usually those covers are a little more decorative, so, people don't go, oh, those sprinklers are ugly, I don't want them in my house. There it is, they're just gonna walk away. All right, so, this is a residential sprinkler head, it's got, the manufacturer can make this in any color you want it to be, but they have to make a color. But now this is sitting up inside there, it's not as visible. All right, this is a residential concealed head, it's called a concealed head. You pass that around, but it's just for aesthetics.
How does it cover the same pattern as recessed into the?
Well, in this case, do I have another one here? Which one's going around? Should that have that? That's actually down below. And then, some of them are actually on little slides. The deflector comes down. And for some odd reason, I'm not seeing it. They just walk over there and I'll find it. I'm not seeing it, but the deflector is actually on little slides. It comes down and then it will spray water. So, yeah. That one has to melt away before it actually does that. So, I get so much stuff. I put it in different areas and sometimes I lose track of it. So, I try to organize it, but it's not always easy. So. Well, that's the reason why pre-action system. I'm gonna delay that. I just really want to make sure there's something going on before I put water in the system, so. Deluge system, again, I'm dealing with a system, all the sprinklers are open, big tank farms. All right, I gotta get a lot of water very fast. I got some examples, in another class, but I'm running short of time, so, but how the deluge systems work. Water mist systems have made their way into regular use primarily because of the removing halon. This puts a very fine water mist, so things do get damp, but they don't design that to get really wet. All right, everything just gets damp. They increase the humidity. There's three different, you got low pressure, intermediate pressure, high pressure, a lot of less water. They're usually, again, finite amount of water, and they're usually only in certain areas, certain rooms. All right, so I'm gonna have a water mist system, because whatever I'm trying to protect, I don't want to get it soaked, but I'm okay to get it a little wet. All right, and I'm going to achieve suppression. Okay.
Are they being used anywhere because of just water scarcity?
No, the primarily because what I'm trying to protect is because they're expensive.
Yeah.
There's not many around. Some folks,
I'm just kind of wondering, because like water scarcity isn't necessarily as much
That's-
issue here, but it is.
yeah, and in some areas, but no, because I'm gonna use it in a confined space.
Okay.
Okay, a room, and I'm just gonna hit it with a high misting water. It's almost dry water, but it makes difficult things to, is that oxymoron, dry water? Yeah, so, but you see those ultrasonic type humidifiers where you get this mist, but it takes a lot to get things wet. It's the idea behind them. You're just forcing a lot of that type of fine mist into an area. So residential sprinklers out there at the trailer, you'll see those. And they're usually a lot smaller. This is a residential riser, or just one of the residential risers. Again, I got a check valve. I got an alarm, gauge. Again, very small setup. Okay, this is one example. There's many residential risers. That's just one residential riser. These heads here are residential sprinkler heads. And if you look inside, you'll see the orifice size inside the sprinkler is really reduced. I'm designed to basically put 7 to 10 gallons a minute, okay, on the fire. All right, not a lot of water. All right, all I'm trying to do with a residential sprinkler system is to reduce the chance of flashover. All right, nobody can survive in flashover. If I get the bedding wet and the carpet wet and the curtains wet, well, it takes a lot of energy to dry it out. So I just stop the chances of flashover. And when they're used, I've reduced fire deaths up to 82%. So that's the idea behind residential sprinkler systems. I don't need to put them everywhere. I don't need to put them in garages. I don't need to put them in small bathrooms. I don't need to put them in the entryways, just outside the house I can put them in the attic, but I don't have to put them in certain areas where there's nobody living. If you put them in the bedrooms, I put them in the living rooms, I don't need to put a lot of them in there. Okay, just trying to save lives. Okay, standpipe systems. So standpipes are in our area. They are used. There's 3 different types of standpipes you're gonna run into. Class 1. Class 1 standpipe uses a standard 2.5-inch outlet. Designed for fire department use only. This is one that's failed, but you get the idea. This is a standpipe. It's Class 1 standpipe, 2.5 only. All right. Usually you'll find these in protected stairwells. So I come up to the standpipe. I can I got a closed door. I'm able to hook the system up. I'm able to get ready, and then I can make my advance. All right. This is my 2.5-inch outlet. Class 2 standpipes. These are my little hose systems. These are intended for occupants to use only. Fire departments should not try to use them. There's been examples, Dallas, they tried to use this Class 2 standpipe because they were looking for the crews to come up, and they ended up getting overwhelmed, lost visibility. The other attack line got in, but one of the firefighters ended up grabbing this hose by accident and ended up perishing. The idea is do not use these, all right? This is a Class 2 standpipe designed for occupants. And if you look at this, I got an 1.5-inch line, okay? So I got this nice Class 2 valve here with an 1.5-inch line, all right? But if you look closely, okay, here I have one here, it's 1.5 inches. It gets reduced down to 1.25 inches, goes into T, and is actually being fed by a 1-inch line, all right? You're not gonna see that. Most of the time that's behind the wall, all right? Just not enough water to fight a fire, right? So we still see them used very often. Fire departments are gonna need more water, so don't use these, all right? I don't know how long the hose has been there. It could be dry rotted. There's just a lot of variables there. So the idea is not to use them, okay? So there you see them. They're being cabinets, and again, just intended for the occupants if they're trained. Okay, single jacketed hose is basically forestry hose to fight the fire. Class 3 is, well, it's supposed to be the best of both worlds. I can have the 2.5 and I can have the occupant use. All right, so again, or I can have a combination. All right, but that's the idea, is that the Class 3 has both. So if I'm sitting for a certain test, okay, based on a certain national standard, to achieve a certain level of certification, I want to know what my 3 standpipes are. Class 1, fire department only. Class 2, occupant use only. Class 3, occupant and fire department, okay? Water flow. So sometimes when I'm dealing with standpipe systems, I can have a lot of pressure, especially in jurisdictions where I have a lot of water pressure. I got fire pumps operating, okay, and I can get high amounts of water pressure. And so in order to take care of that, I can utilize pressure restricting devices, okay? This device is a device that's basically designed to only allow this valve to open so far, okay? I can set it based on what I'm dealing with. I can close it, but just like a hose, somebody kinks your garden hose, and then you try to spray water, all right? And then nothing, it just kind of dribbles out, all right? But if I close the valve, it slowly will build up again, all right? So I'm restricting the pressure going through. So because I only open this so far, okay, I'm restricting the flow, all right? When I close the bail on my nozzle, pressure's gonna build right back up again, but as soon as I open my bail, pressure's gonna go back down, all right? So it's restricting the flow, restricting the pressure. That's how that works. And you probably all want to wash your hands afterwards, because these things are, they're dirty, all right? Okay. Yes. Okay, so there's different types, and you as the fire department, if you're utilizing this, you should know how to usurp these systems, all right? So there's a different way. That way there, you take the handle off, and I can adjust the setup, and I can make more water kind of go through there, but it just limits how far it opens up, okay? The other problems that I run into is, okay, is I can have pressure reducing valves. Okay, the big thing is you look at these, you'll see a stem inside those pressure reducing devices. When I look at these, okay, I have a smooth stem, all right? I don't have any screws on the stem. All right, this is a pressure reducing device. This acts as a PRV, and when I close the valve, the pressure in the hose stays the same. Open the valve, pressure in the hose stays the same, okay? This is designed to regulate the flow. All right, so, yeah, feel free to, hold on a second, you're not done yet. So, in order to operate that, okay, it's a lot easier if it's on a piece of pipe, the officer in charge, any more water, I can actually manipulate that in the field, on the fly, if I need to. Again, if I'm expected to operate on a standpipe, I better have a knowledge of how I'm going to operate these. There's example over example over example where firefighters have gotten the situation, expected to use these either fail or weren't set right from the get-go, and they either lost lives or things went bad because they didn't have enough water. So you need to know how to operate those. All right, yeah, it's not easy. So again, it's probably easier when if the valve is open. All right, and so somebody holds it really, increase or decrease the pressure. Most of the time they're set by the contractor. There you go. So you can actually increase or decrease the pressure, okay? So again, if you're gonna have those, you're expected to operate with them, use them. All right, standpipe problems, all right? So standpipes before 1993 had lower pressure requirements. All right, the pressure requirements was down like 65 PSI. 65 PSI is fine for standpipe operations. What do we have in our trucks most of the time? We have 100 PSI nozzles. All right, standpipes are also designed to work with smooth bore nozzles. Okay, 2.5-inch hose with 1 1/8 inch tips. All right, a lot of water, real fast, easy to operate because with not a lot of nozzle reaction, not a lot of pressure. Okay, to operate that nozzle, throw that amount of water. All right, orifice place, pressure reducing valves. You just need to know how to operate it. Okay, this is what you find when you do examples of opening the standpipe, sprinkler systems open on a 5-year basis, because you're required every 5 years to open them up, and this is very common to find, okay? If I open my straight stream device, my fog nozzle, all right, and this starts coming through, what's gonna happen to it? It's gonna clog, all right? However, this is, believe it or not, it's very fine, nasty silt, stinks terribly, but that is what you find in these systems, all right? Smooth bore nozzles. I can't stress enough. You can go back and talk to your chief. Smooth bore nozzles. Okay, one Dave Purnell, Fire Stream Management, says I open that valve, I should be able to shoot lice through that hose. All right, I mean, it's just, I want a big amount of water. Be able to, nothing's going to block that thing open. I'm going to spray water, and I'm going to just that's not real enough. You get the size of the debris that can go through there.
You're visualizing.
Yeah, I know you are. But why? Because this is what you're gonna run into. And when I'm operating a low pressure nozzle, it's so much easier to operate, so much easier to operate, and I'm getting the same amount of water, okay? So again, talked about, most of them are set up for 65 PSI, especially in older buildings, newer buildings, they have to be at least 100 PSI. All right, but that was after 1993. Engine companies should be required to have their kit with them, all right, with all the tools you're needed there, okay? Get that little rod, all right? If I have one of these in my jurisdiction, my standpipe kit better have that rod with it, okay? So I can actually do something with it, and I would make sure I have the proper equipment to do the work in an area where I'm operating a standpipe, okay? So engine companies carry a kit, includes the hose, the nozzles, the spanner wrench, and any other required adapters and tools you may need, okay? Again, standpipe systems are supplied same way sprinklers are. Usually you always have an FDC to pump water into the system, okay? Again, 65 PSI is how they're designed, okay? It's not necessarily high rises. If a building is large enough, if I have to traverse more than 200 feet, I'm actually required to have a standpipe in there, okay? So Again, standpipe on the FDC tells you what, this one here, if you're gonna get a chance, it says auto sprinkler, there's no standpipe attached to it. So here we go, standpipes, center building, floors 1 through 14, I got a fire on the 15th floor, do I use that standpipe? No. Now, do I use this standpipe if I have a fire on the 15th floor?
Yeah.
Who says no? Who says yes? One person, one of the throwers, there's someone on the line, all right? What does your book say? It says no. No, that's not right. So, in your book, it'll specifically say that if standpipe operations, I want to hook up to the floor just below the fire, okay? So if I had a fire on the 15th floor, I would be utilizing this standpipe because I hook up always the fire floor below. Okay, I never hook up on the floor of the fire, I hook up on the fire floor below, there's a reason for that, it's not part of this class, okay? Specialized suppression systems, okay, these are used, any questions on sprinklers, standpipes to this point? All right, because we're getting ready to break for lunch here, I'm on the home stretch, all right? So, specialized suppression systems, okay? These are used where water is not my friend, okay? Whatever I'm trying to protect, I really don't want it to get wet, right? Or it's not my best option, right? Some things react with water, some things I just don't want to get wet. So this is something I'm dealing with, and because of that, they're usually in a confined or a smaller space, okay? Dry chemical extinguishing systems, where do I see these? I see them at the gas stations, okay? Confined space, all right? Specialized system, all right? If I have gasoline running all over the place, a gasoline fire, do I want to put water on? No, I'm going to use dry chemical. All right, so in this case, I'm going to use again, does it take care of a huge area? Nope, it only takes care of the area of the pumps. Okay, wet chemical, again, where are these used at? Okay, primarily cooking facilities. All right, in kitchens. All right, do I want to put water in the deep fat fryer? No. No, you do not. All right, you just YouTube water and deep fat fryers, and you will find a whole abundance of people doing things they shouldn't be doing. All right, so I want to use wet chemical. All right, again, when I'm dealing with wet chemical, just be aware this is designed to make a soap solution, basically through a process called saponification. If you're sitting for a certain test based on a certain national standard, and you're trying to achieve a certain level of certification, I would really want to know what the term saponification means. However, if you go into a kitchen area, there's already grease-laden vapors on the floor. I don't care how clean you try to make it. Now you've added possibly some water. Now you've added soap. All right, because you had the extinguishing system operate. Am I right, Adam? Okay, and it makes it create a very slippery situation, so please watch your step. Okay, how am I going to operate it? Okay, I'm going to get some type of initiating devices. I have manuals set up, or I have fusible links. All right, so this is for, oh my God, I got a fire. I'm going to operate the system. This is, oh my God, I got a fire. I don't know what to do. I leave. The automatic system takes over. Okay, so and you're required to have this serviced how often? Every 6 months. So, again, narrow, small, open area where I'm trying to protect, okay? Other systems, I got halogenated agents, yeah. I'm getting a little dry here.
The kitchen systems will actually shut down the vent work too.
Yeah, they'll, and there was sometimes shut off the gas or the electric too, so it depends on what you're dealing with. Halocarbon agents, halon has kind of went to the wayside, but I do create new halogenated agents. They're actually halofluorinated agents. Okay, I can have inert gases, I can have carbon dioxide. Okay, so halogenated agents are very efficient. The problem is they ate the ozone, so they kind of moved away, we got rid of them. But if you have one in your jurisdiction, it does operate. You want to make sure you're an SCBA because you are going to get the carbonyl halides, phosgene, other toxic, fluorine, fluorines, bromines, the stuff you don't want to be breathing in. okay? So just keep that in mind. You're gonna go to one of these places that activates one of these suppression systems, you wanna be breathing air. Okay, you don't wanna be breathing that stuff inside there because it's known to be cancer causing. Again, when I'm dealing with these halogenated agents, they eat the ozone. 1989, the Montreal Protocol used to ban the manufacture of halon, but it's still out there. Okay, it's still out there used for planes and ships. Okay, planes use it in the engine compartments. Why? Because it works so well. All right, it works so well. All right, and there's a few areas that can still use it. If I'm in a plane and they have an engine fire, do I want them to use something that doesn't work as well, or do I want them to work something that really works well? Well, you know, this is a situation where it's, you know, what's the give and take, all right? You know, let's get the engine fire out and let's land the plane safely instead of allow the engine fire to grow and crash. Yes.
What's the longevity of those halon systems? Like in a building sense?
If they're there, they can still be used. They can be used until they're actually discharged.
And when did they start being installed into stuff?
In the late 1940s. So they were installed, they were really installed in 1980s, up until, again, 1980s, 70s, 80s. Halon was the cat's meow for fire extinguishing. It worked so well. Problem is that manufacturers said, oh, halogenated agents, oh, this stuff really works great. Let's put it in paint, let's put it in hairspray, let's put it in anything that's an aerosol, because it dries and you start putting it everywhere. And so then we were like, oh shoot, what did the ozone? All right, because it has an affinity for oxygen. All right, so in a release of one of these systems, the oxygen is still present. It's just not available for combustion. All right, because it holds onto those free radicals of oxygen, but it's still there. All right, so it doesn't deplete the oxygen level. Oxygen level is still around 20%. All right, but it just doesn't allow it to go to support the chemical chain reaction of combustion. Okay, so they work really well, but then of course, just like most humans, we start to abuse things, and well, you know. So anyway, still in service. Reclaimed halon can be used, so I can spend the money to get my halon system recharged. You'll see the military, aviation, they use a lot of reclaimed halon if it's used. Again, most of the time, they're usually being decommissioned. And a company will grab that halon and take care of it, and they usually sell it to somebody else. Clean agent, again, inert gases are released into a room or building. In this case, I am reducing the oxygen level, trying to bring the oxygen level down around 14.5%, right, to control the fire. Without the proper amount of oxygen, I can't support combustion. Okay, so that's another class all in itself. Oh, okay. But the idea with these is to reduce the oxygen level. Okay, again, stored containers outside the area I'm trying to protect. It's usually in protecting rooms, data centers, switching facilities. Again, I can manually activate them, or they can be automatically activated. If they're automatically activated, there's a pre-alarm sound that says, hey, get out of here because it's going to operate, and you don't want to be in here when it operates. So you have time to get people out, and then it dumps. All right. There are called abort switches. So, oh shoot, George over there, he activated the system. I don't want to. You can hold the abort switch until somebody gets it to reset. All right. Back in the day, they put the abort switch here, but they put the phone over there. All right. So now the person is like, help, help. Well, now, fortunately, most of us have cell phones, but you know, and it's amazing. He's like, you know what? Should we put the phone over here? Oh no, the prince said it's supposed to be here. Okay. You know, let's see if we can get that changed. All right. Again, when I'm dealing with this, wear your SCBA. Okay. Again, where am I using it? Computer systems. The nice thing about these clean agents, they're non-conductive. They leave no residue. They can either be halogenated agents or carbon dioxide, or what's called energen, as an inert gas. It's argon, nitrogen, and carbon dioxide. You know, you're going to see these cylinders outside. Okay, the idea, they're going to completely flood the room. There's going to be vents to actually allow the room to depressurize as I'm flooding it with this inert agent. All right, so that I'm filling the room with this nitrogen, argon, carbon dioxide, or full carbon dioxide. All right, and it's just lowering the oxygen level to about 14%. And it's supposed to hold it there for about 20 minutes, okay, at 14%. So this is an example of one activating in the carbon dioxide. It's just lowering the oxygen, it's raising the oxygen, so that it doesn't, outside and continue to pump it. Another example is a free signal saying, hey, the system's getting ready to dump, and then it starts off. Another example, same system, and free signal. And I can't breathe in carbon dioxide atmosphere, it's going to give me heart failure. So, let me get out. Visibility is an issue, the oxygen level is an issue, a lot of times when they put down the towers, so not in the towers, so it's just taking a precaution to go into one of these areas, I need to be prepared, right? You know, and one thing, I able to do, I'm not going to go in there. Right? So if the system doesn't adjust the fire, right, I need to be prepared for that because they can. And the system is just going to continue the same until you get there and see any sense. So when it spells out of the cylinders, it's full, you're seeing that dry ice type setting. So you're gonna have signage outside, so you know where it's at, a caution, this system is protected by an energy and fire suppression system. Don't enter after discharge until the room has been ventilated. Again, it's bringing temperature, the oxygen levels down to around 14%. There's gonna be signage, all right, so and again, when you open that door, you're allowing oxygen in there. If it didn't fully suppress the fire, you're giving the fire what it needs. So you just need to be prepared. All right, so how am I gonna make entry? Do I have charged hose lines? What am I doing? Okay. So again, hazards, byproducts of combustion, low oxygen levels, one-shot systems. Okay, once they're empty, they're done. All right, they don't magically refill. They gotta get refilled. All right, they may remove electrical power from the protected area. Obviously, also remember, whatever's in there, they don't want to get wet. All right, so pre-incident planning. What am I gonna go in there? With to protect to suppress the fire or extinguish the fire. Smoke control systems, okay? These are incorporated into a lot of buildings. Any tall building with an atrium is required to have a smoke control system. The idea is it keeps the smoke level at usually above six feet or higher, all right, through ventilation in the system. I'm manipulating ventilation in the system, okay, in the building. I'm pressurizing the building, I'm removing air from the building in an engineered way to maintain smoke levels high, increase visibility, increase escape time. Firefighters, if you have these in your jurisdiction, you should know how to operate. Okay, if you have to work for Bangor, the Cross Insurance Center, they have a smoke control system. The Jackson Laboratory has a smoke control system in one of their buildings. Again, if it's there, you need to know how to operate it and how to use it. All right, so just keep that in mind. All right, the big thing is they're designed to either use natural or mechanical systems to remove smoke. There are two different ways. Passive, you see these around stairwells. Okay, these little glass curtains aren't there for decorative reasons. They're actually designed to slow smoke spread going up the stairwell. All right, so smoke comes up here and so it's delayed from going up there. These are my passive, my draft curtains. All right, No human intervention. It's designed to slow smoke by itself. Okay, these are more passive systems. Okay, again, you've got these, they're there, and they're just designed to slow smoke from going up to the next level. Active systems are gonna use mechanical ventilation. All right, they're gonna be engineered, they're gonna create pressure differences in the building. You know, we use positive pressure ventilation. What am I doing in the building? I'm forcing air in the building so I can allow air to go out another direction, all right? Basic same premise, but now I'm utilizing the building's HVA system to do that job. I'm opening dampers, I'm closing dampers, I'm turning fans on, turning them off. Most of the time, they're set up to just be automatically operated, automatically exhaust, all right? And it's up to the fire department to shut things down, change things if things aren't working properly. They work on basically exhausting that smoke. It makes our job easier, but also what is happening, I'm giving the fire what it needs because I'm bringing fresh air into that building, all right? So at the same time, I'm reducing the smoke levels, improving visibility, but I am also providing the fire exactly what it needs in order to grow. I'm giving it the oxygen. So just keep that in mind when these systems are in place. They can have very elaborate systems, you know, auto, I can change the state of fans, I can open and close dampers, okay? They need to be inspected and maintained just like any other fire protection system. I can have a very simple system here, where I can pull this little knob out and I change its position, what I want it to open and close. And with that, Chief Murray, So again, I stress the fact, if you have questions, please reach out. Anybody have questions to this point? No, you're welcome. I really hope that this has enabled you to have a better understanding of this chapter in your book. I really do. Giving you the details of the book. Just can't put it all in there. It's the book of me. That's it, you know, so. All right. So with that, I really hope you enjoy lunch. Again, I'm here all day. If you have questions, feel free to ask. Have questions later, feel free to reach out. Thank you all.